Have you ever felt like your emotions are on a string and the world keeps tugging it whenever it wants? One rude comment and your chest tightens. One seen message without a reply and your thoughts spiral. One small disappointment and suddenly the whole day feels ruined. It's as if your peace is not yours, but something the world can borrow and break whenever it pleases. The Buddha taught that we are not punished for our anger, but by our anger, by our jealousy, by our fear. The flame does not burn the one it is pointed at first. It burns the hand that holds it. Yet most of us live as emotional puppets, dancing to the pull of other people's moods, words, and silences. Someone frowns, and we crumble inside. Someone withdraws, and we start questioning our worth. But imagine just for a moment that nothing and no one could touch your inner center anymore. The world still moves. People still change. Messages are still left unanswered. Plans still fall apart. But there is a quiet place inside you that remains clear, unaffected, like the still surface of a deep lake. This journey is not about becoming cold, robotic, or emotionally dead. It's about becoming untouchable in the most compassionate way, feeling everything, but not being owned by anything. Loving deeply, but not collapsing when people leave. Caring sincerely, but not losing yourself when life doesn't follow your script. Take a breath and think, how much of your peace have you given away to faces that no longer remember you, to moments that exist only as shadows in your memory, to strangers' opinions on a glowing screen, to expectations you never chose but somehow agreed to carry. How many nights have you lost sleep over things that never truly belonged to you? This is your quiet wake-up call. There is a doorway to freedom hidden inside everything that hurts you, but to walk through it, you have to stop doing one thing you've spent your whole life perfecting: running. The first shift, avoiding pain, keeps you controlled. Most people believe they are afraid of pain, but what they are really afraid of is feeling it. That's why we stay busy, distracted, overstimulated. That's why silence feels uncomfortable and stillness feels dangerous. Somewhere inside, we know that if everything outside suddenly went quiet, we would finally hear the ache we've been drowning out for years. Imagine your inner world as a large house with many rooms. There is one door you never open. You walk past it every day. You know exactly where it is, but you pretend you don't see it. Behind that door is everything you haven't wanted to feel: the moment you were rejected, the day someone left without explanation, the shame when you failed, the loneliness you pushed away by surrounding yourself with noise. Every time life presses the same bruise, that door rattles. A harmless comment feels like an attack. A delay feels like abandonment. A disagreement feels like total rejection. It's not because of what's happening now, but because of what you've locked away then. Avoidance feels like protection, but it is actually a cage. When you refuse to feel your pain, you don't silence it. You turn it into a puppeteer. Unseen wounds become invisible strings. They yank you into panic, anger, or withdrawal before you even know what's happening. You call it just how I am. In truth, it's just what you have not yet healed. Buddhist wisdom teaches that suffering does not arise from pain itself, but from our resistance to it. Pain is a sharp sensation. Resistance is a long, slow tightening around it. Pain says, "This hurts." Resistance says, "This should not be happening. This must go away. I cannot bear this." The second voice builds the prison. What if instead of treating your pain as an enemy, you treated it as a teacher? What if every heartbreak, Every tight chest, every anxious thought was like a messenger knocking on that locked door, saying, "There is something here you need to see." Picture a young woman sitting at a train station late at night. The announcement board keeps flashing, "Delayed." She grows frustrated, then exhausted. Every delay feels like an insult, like life is personally trying to hurt her. But the truth is simple. The train is delayed. Her suffering is born from her story about it. I'll never get home. Nothing ever works out for me. Why does this always happen to me? The train is late once. The story is replayed 1,000 times. Your pain is like that delayed train. It appears. It is unpleasant. But the suffering multiplies when you refuse to stand still with it, insisting the moment must be different than it is. So how do you begin to break free from this control? Start very small. Each day, give yourself 5 minutes to meet whatever you feel. Honestly, gently, without numbing it. Sit somewhere quiet. No music, no phone, no searching for answers. Just you and your breath. Close your eyes if you like and ask a simple question. What is alive in me right now? Don't rush to label it. Maybe it is heaviness. Maybe it is anger. Maybe it is numbness. Let it be exactly what it is without fixing, without judging. If your throat tightens, notice it. If your chest feels heavy, place a hand there as if you are comforting a child. If tears come, let them fall quietly. You are not weak for crying. You are weak only when you run from what is true inside you. When you are triggered during the day by a careless message, a cold tone, a forgotten promise, instead of immediately reacting, whisper inwardly, "This is pain moving through me. It is not all of me. You are not the storm. You are the sky that holds it." Later, when the wave has calmed a little, take a notebook and write as if your pain had a voice of its own. Not "I am so sad and miserable," but "I, this pain, am trying to tell you." Let it finish the sentence. Maybe it says, "I need you to stop pretending you're okay," or "I need you to admit you feel lonely," or "I need you to stop chasing people who never stay." Listen without argument. Listen as a monk listens to the sound of a bell, fully present, completely open. The moment you listen, you are no longer only the one who suffers. You become the one who understands. And understanding is the beginning of liberation. Compassion is not a soft word. It is a fierce, quiet courage, the willingness to sit with what hurts without turning away. As you practice this, something subtle begins to shift. Pain still arrives, but it no longer terrifies you. You no longer need to build walls against it. You begin to sense that like waves it rises, peaks and falls. It passes through. It does not define you. And slowly, a new kind of strength appears. Not the strength of "nothing can hurt me," but the strength of "even if it hurts, I will not abandon myself." That is the foundation of true emotional freedom. Ask yourself honestly, how long have I allowed what I refuse to feel to secretly rule my life? Because the day you stop running is the day you stop being chased. The shadows lose their power when you turn on the light. This is only the first step. Once you begin to face what you feel, the next question naturally arises. Who are you becoming through every choice you make with these emotions? That is the doorway we will walk through next, deeper into your own freedom. Every moment of your life, whether quiet or chaotic, whether you notice it or not, is shaping the person you are becoming. Not someday. Not when life settles. Not after you heal. Right now, in each breath, each reaction, each word spoken or left unspoken, you are building yourself. And this building happens like the slow rise of a temple or the silent construction of a prison, one brick at a time. The Buddha taught all that we are is the result of what we have thought. These words are not philosophy for the mind. They are architecture for the soul. You are not the product of your circumstances, but of the meaning you give them. You are not the sum of what happens to you, but of how you respond to what happens. Look at your reactions, not the big dramatic ones, those you already notice, but the small, subtle moments. The sigh you release when someone disappoints you, the tension in your jaw when you're criticized, the way your shoulders shrink when you feel misunderstood. These are bricks. These are the moments laying the foundation of who you are becoming. Most people drift through life believing they are at the mercy of their emotions. They say, "I can't help reacting like this," as if their emotional patterns were carved into stone. But that helplessness is an illusion. What feels automatic is simply what has been rehearsed. What feels natural is simply what has been repeated. Every reaction is a choice, just an unconscious one. Imagine walking into a quiet monastery hidden deep in the mountains. Inside is a training hall where monks practice not with weapons, but with awareness. A senior monk lifts a single feather and lets it fall. A younger monk watches calmly, observing without trying to catch it or stop it. The elder then says, "A mind trained in awareness responds like this. A mind trained in fear reacts like a storm." This is your training hall. Life throws you feathers, and life throws you storms, and you cannot control which comes next, but you can train the mind that meets them. Ask yourself, when someone speaks harshly to me, do I choose my response, or does my pain respond for me? Does your wounded self answer? Your younger self? Your defensive self? Or does the version of you that seeks peace step forward? Each moment offers you two paths, habit or awareness. Habit leads to old suffering. Awareness leads to new freedom. Perhaps someone says something unkind. Your old self might snap back, shrink inward, or run away emotionally. But imagine if you paused not for a long meditation, just for the length of a single breath, and asked quietly, inside, is this reaction building the person I want to become? That question alone is powerful enough to shift your entire inner architecture. There is a story about a craftsman who built wooden bridges in silence. People often asked him why he never spoke while working. He replied, "Every word is a plank. Every thought is a nail. If I am not mindful, the bridge I build today may collapse tomorrow." The bridge was not just wood, it was the path people used to cross safely. In the same way, every thought you choose becomes the bridge you walk on inside yourself. So what are you building? Observe your inner construction with honesty, not shame. Shame builds prisons. Awareness builds temples. Begin with simple practices. 1. Set 3 quiet intentions each morning. Not big dramatic goals, just 3 qualities you choose to embody today. Peace, patience, truthfulness, courage, compassion. Let them sit inside you like soft lanterns. When something later triggers you, let one of these lanterns light the way. 2. Before responding to anything charged, a message, a conflict, a criticism, take one conscious breath. Just one. Feel the breath shape your response instead of your fear shaping it. 3. Notice the tone of your inner voice. Every time you judge yourself harshly, you are laying a stone in the walls of your inner prison. Replace judgment with curiosity. Ask, why did I feel this so intensely? Curiosity is a chisel that breaks old stone. 4. Practice choosing instead of reacting. When you feel anger rise, choose clarity. When you feel fear swell, choose grounding. When you feel old wounds awaken, choose gentleness. Choosing does not mean forcing. It means awareness, stepping forward before habit takes the wheel. One of the greatest truths in Buddhist wisdom is this: freedom is not the absence of emotion, but the mastery of response. When your emotions stop making your decisions for you, life changes in extraordinary ways. People no longer have power over you. Circumstances no longer dictate your inner state. Your past stops replaying itself in your present. The Buddha said, "You yourself must strive." The Buddhas only point the way. No one can walk this inner path for you. But the moment you choose consciously, even once, you shift the entire direction of your life. Think about who you were 5 years ago, the fears you had, the insecurities that controlled you, the patterns that felt impossible to break. You are not that person anymore. You may carry echoes of them, but echoes fade when you stop feeding them. The same is true for your reactions. They are not permanent. They are just old seeds. And every time you pause, breathe, and choose differently, you plant a new seed. A seed of calm, a seed of clarity, a seed of freedom. In time, your inner landscape changes completely. You might not notice it immediately, but one day, someone will say something hurtful, and you won't crumble. One day, life will shift unexpectedly, and you will not fall apart. One day, the patterns that once ruled you will simply stop, and you will realize, I am building something new. Every choice is a declaration. Every pause is a doorway. Every conscious breath is a step toward becoming the version of you that no longer lives at the mercy of old wounds. So ask yourself again, quietly, honestly, who am I choosing to become today? This question will guide you deeper, because the next truth you must face is this: the parts of you that react the strongest are the ones buried in the unconscious. To become free, you must bring them into the light. Have you ever been stunned by how a single small comment, something harmless, something ordinary, suddenly feels like a blade sliding beneath your skin? Or how one moment of being ignored can make your entire chest tighten, as if you are reliving something ancient, something long forgotten, but still alive within you. That reaction is not about the present moment. It is the past resurfacing, wearing a new face. Carl Jung expressed this truth clearly. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Buddhist teachings echo the same wisdom. The mind is like a vast house, but most people only live in one brightly lit room. The rest of the house, the shadows, the memories, the pains we didn't want to feel, stays locked, yet still influences everything we do. This is the reality of emotional triggers. They are not about now. They are echoes, ghosts, imprints, unfinished stories living inside the body, and until you turn toward them, they will keep writing chapters of your life without your permission. Imagine your mind as a long hallway filled with closed doors. Behind each door is a younger version of you, the child who felt unseen, the teenager who felt unworthy, the young adult who felt abandoned, the version of you who failed and never forgave themselves. Every time life pokes one of those wounds, the door creaks open. The old memory doesn't stay politely in the past. It rushes into the present, disguised as a current emotion. So when someone forgets to text back, your mind doesn't say, "They're busy." It whispers, "You're not wanted." When someone raises their voice, your body doesn't hear the words. It hears, "You're unsafe." When someone gives you criticism, you don't think, "This helps me improve." You think, "I've failed again." Nothing here is about the moment. It is about the memory masquerading as the moment. Your strongest reactions are not weaknesses, they are messages. They are sacred alarms. They point to something inside you that is calling for attention, understanding, and healing. Imagine a lone traveler walking across a desert at dusk. He sees a snake curled in the sand and leaps backward in terror, heart racing, breath shaking. But as he approaches, slowly trembling, he realizes it wasn't a snake, only a rope. The fear was real, but the threat was not. So much of our emotional suffering is exactly this, reacting to ropes as if they are snakes, reacting to old fears as if they are current truths. To break free, you must learn to pause and look again. The next time something shakes you, take one deep breath and ask, "Where have I felt this before?" This question opens the locked rooms. You will start to see patterns. The same fear appearing in different relationships, the same insecurity rising in different situations, the same pain wearing different names. It is never random. Pain repeats what is unresolved. Life is relentless in offering opportunities to heal the same wound until you face it. Begin exploring these emotional echoes with gentle awareness, not judgment, not shame. Shame pushes wounds deeper into the dark. Awareness brings them quietly into the light. You might discover that your anxiety around rejection comes from a childhood where love was inconsistent. You might see that your fear of criticism comes from moments when you were punished for not being perfect. You might notice that your tendency to overplease others comes from believing that your worth depends on being useful. These insights are not meant to blame the past, only to free you from it. Healing is not about reliving old pain. It's about releasing the grip it has on your present. Consider practicing this weekly ritual. 1. Take 20 minutes to sit somewhere quiet. Let your breath slow. Let your shoulders soften. Don't force calm. Simply allow the moment to settle around you. 2. Recall one moment from your week when you reacted strongly. Something small or big, anything that made your chest tighten or your voice change. 3. Ask 3 questions. What exactly did I feel? What story did my mind create? When in my life did I first feel something like this? Write without censoring. Let your younger selves speak. You are not digging to suffer. You are digging to understand. And what you understand no longer controls you. Your body carries memory too. The shoulders that stiffen when someone raises their tone. The jaw that clenches when you feel misunderstood. The stomach that twists when you fear being abandoned. When the mind silences pain, the body begins to speak it. So when your body reacts, pause and listen. What are you trying to show me? Place a hand gently on the part that is tight. Breathe into it and imagine bringing light into that space. Your body does not lie. It always tells the truth you are not ready to hear with your mind. The Buddha taught peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. This means that inner calm does not belong to a world that changes. It belongs to the awareness that sees the world clearly. And clarity begins when you stop confusing past pain with present reality. Imagine sunlight entering a dark cave for the first time in years. At first, the dust swirls chaotically in the beam of light, making things seem messier than before. But slowly, the dust settles. The objects in the cave become visible. The shapes become clear. The cave hasn't become chaotic. You're simply seeing what was already there. This is what awareness does. It does not create chaos. It reveals what was hidden. And once revealed, it can be understood. Once understood, it can be released. Once released, it can no longer rule you. You will begin to notice, perhaps gradually, perhaps suddenly, that situations that once spiraled you into panic now create a soft ripple instead of a storm. You will feel a shift from reacting to responding, from collapsing inward to standing grounded, from confusion to clarity. And the moment clarity arrives, the unconscious begins losing its power. You reclaim the steering wheel of your life. That is emotional freedom. But this freedom deepens even more when you learn a truth. Most people resist. Strength is not created by avoiding your emotions, but by integrating them. This is where our journey continues next. What if true strength was never about standing untouched by life, but about learning to hold everything that rises within you without collapsing? Most people misunderstand emotional mastery. They think strength means being unmoved, unshaken, unfeeling like a stone. But a stone is not strong. It is merely hard. It breaks under enough pressure. Real strength is fluid. Real strength bends without snapping. Real strength breathes. This is why the Buddha taught the middle way, the path not of suppression or indulgence, but integration. Not running from emotions, not drowning in them, but holding them with clarity and compassion. That is where real resilience comes from. Think of the sky. Storms come, storms go, clouds, gather clouds dissolve, lightning flashes, rain falls, but the sky remains untouched. You are not meant to be the storm. You are meant to be the sky that can hold the storm without losing its vastness. But most of us have been conditioned differently. From childhood, we learn the art of emotional avoidance. Don't cry. Be strong. Don't be sensitive. Get over it. Focus on something else. So we grow up believing that emotions are dangerous, that sadness is weakness, that fear is shameful, that anger is unacceptable. We learn to push them down, bury them, hide them, pretend they don't exist. And for a while it works, or at least it seems to work. But everything we suppress does not disappear. It waits, it accumulates, it crystallizes into tension, anxiety, burnout, numbness, sudden explosions, and unexplained heaviness. What we refuse to feel becomes what controls us from the shadows. Avoidance is not protection. Avoidance is imprisonment. Integration, on the other hand, is liberation. Imagine a wanderer traveling through a dense forest. He fears the creatures hiding behind the trees, so he keeps running from every rustle, every shadow, every crackle of leaves. He is exhausted, terrified, constantly fleeing. One day an old monk emerges from the darkness and says gently, "Sit. Do not run." The wanderer trembles. "But something is chasing me." The monk smiles softly. "Nothing is chasing you. You are running from your own footsteps." This is the nature of emotional avoidance, chasing peace by running from what needs to be understood. To integrate your emotions, you must do something radically simple and beautifully difficult. Allow them to exist. Allow the sadness to sit beside you. Allow the fear to breathe. Allow the anger to speak. Allow the confusion to unfold. When you stop fighting what you feel, you stop feeding it. Let's explore what integration actually looks like. Integration is not suppression. Suppression is pushing the emotion down and pretending it's gone. It's saying, "I'm fine," when you're clearly not. It's numbing yourself with distractions, productivity, entertainment, or spiritual bypassing, telling yourself to stay positive when what you need is to stay truthful. Suppression is like locking a wild animal in a small room. It doesn't disappear. It grows desperate, louder, and more destructive. Integration is not indulgence. Indulgence is letting the emotion control you completely. It's drowning in sorrow, exploding in rage, or spiraling in fear without awareness. When you indulge an emotion, you become fused with it. You cannot distinguish yourself from what you feel. You are the sadness. You are the anger. You are the fear. This too becomes a form of imprisonment. Integration is witnessing with compassion. It is sitting with your emotion as you would with a trembling child, not demanding it disappear, not obeying its every impulse, but saying, "I see you. You are allowed to be here. Tell me what you need me to understand." Integration means creating enough inner space for the emotion to exist without overwhelming you. It means letting it pass through you instead of letting it define you. Try this simple but transformative practice the next time a heavy emotion rises. 1. Pause. Do not flee. Don't distract yourself. Don't deny it. Don't judge it. Just stop and notice. Something is rising inside me. 2. Breathe into the exact place where it lives. Is your chest tight? Is your throat closing? Is your stomach twisting? Place a gentle hand there, as if comforting something fragile. 3. Name the emotion softly without drama. I feel sadness. I feel anger. I feel fear. Naming creates distance. It shifts you from being the emotion to being the witness of it. 4. Ask the emotion a question. What are you trying to tell me? Let the answer come naturally like a whisper from deep inside. 5. Stay with it until it softens. Not until it disappears. Just until you sense it loosening, shifting, breathing. When you allow an emotion to be felt fully, it completes its cycle. When you resist it, you freeze it in place. Integration is the art of allowing movement again. There is an old tale about a lantern keeper in a mountain temple. Every night, travelers would arrive seeking shelter from the wind. They feared the darkness outside, certain that monsters lived in the shadows. But the lantern keeper would simply hand them a light and say, "Walk with this." The light does not remove the darkness. It removes your fear of what is in it. Integration works the same way. The emotion does not vanish, but you illuminate it. You see its edges. You see its origins. And seeing it clearly dissolves its power. The Buddha once said, "In the end, these things matter most: how well you have lived, how deeply you have loved, how gracefully you have let go of the things not meant for you." Graceful letting go does not come from pushing emotions away. It comes from understanding them so deeply that they no longer cling. When you integrate sadness, it becomes tenderness. When you integrate anger, it becomes boundary. When you integrate fear, it becomes wisdom. When you integrate loneliness, it becomes self-connection. Every emotion has a transformed form, a higher expression. But you cannot reach that expression by resistance. You reach it by presence. And once you begin to integrate your emotions instead of avoiding them, a profound truth becomes visible. Suffering is not a punishment. It is a messenger carrying a lesson, a reminder, a redirection. That is the next doorway we will walk through together. What if your suffering was never meant to shatter you, but to summon you? What if instead of being a punishment, it was a quiet guide, persistent, patient, and unyielding, calling you back to the parts of yourself you've abandoned? Most people spend their entire lives running from their pain as if there were a finish line somewhere. They bury it beneath achievements, drown it in noise, numb it with distractions, or mask it with a smile the world has grown far too comfortable believing. We treat suffering like a trespasser. But in truth, it is an old friend we have refused to acknowledge. Pain visits every human life, but suffering the looping thoughts, the repeated heartbreaks, the familiar emotional storms, stays only when we do not listen. Imagine suffering as a soft knock at your door. You ignore it. It knocks again. You turn up the noise. It taps louder. You distract yourself. It pounds. You run. It follows, not because it wants to torment you, but because there is something inside you, a truth, a boundary, a forgotten inner voice that you have pushed so far into the shadows that only suffering can lead you back to it. Avoiding suffering is like ignoring the warning light on a ship in the middle of the night. The light is not the problem. It is the guide. It is the only thing telling you change course. You are drifting. There is an image in Buddhist teachings of a person walking through a field at dusk. Their foot begins to ache because a small stone has slipped into their shoe. At first, the pain is mild and they keep walking. A mile later, the discomfort deepens. Another mile and the skin breaks. The wound bleeds. Had they stopped earlier to remove the stone, the pain would have lasted seconds. But by ignoring it, they suffer for hours, perhaps days. This is suffering in its simplest form. It arrives softly. It asks politely. When unacknowledged, it becomes the voice you can no longer escape. But even then, even at its loudest, it comes not to destroy you, but to realign you. Your deepest suffering often appears in the places where you have slipped out of alignment with your own truth, where you've chosen silence over honesty, where you've stayed in situations long after your spirit whispered leave, where you've accepted less than what your heart knew you deserved, where you abandoned yourself to be loved, approved of, or accepted. Suffering is the echo of your soul saying, "Come back. Come home." Rather than asking, "Why is this happening to me?" try a more transformative question. What is this suffering trying to reveal? Every emotional wound carries a hidden map. Sometimes suffering is telling you that you've betrayed yourself by agreeing to things that hurt you. Sometimes it's showing you the places where you've been pretending to be strong instead of admitting that you're tired. Sometimes it's pointing to the people you keep choosing who cannot meet you where you are. Sometimes it's uncovering a version of you that learned long ago to shrink to survive, but cannot keep shrinking to live. Suffering is not here to crush you. It is here to illuminate you. Picture yourself standing in an empty room, lit by a single candle. The flame flickers and casts shadows along the wall. When you first look, the shadows seem distorted, frightening. But if you walk toward them, if you come closer, you see that the monstrous shapes are only your own outline, misunderstood, enlarged, stretched by fear. Suffering works this way. From a distance, it looks like a monster. When approached with presence, it reveals itself as a messenger. There is an old Zen parable about a woman who carried a heavy jar of water each day to her home on the hill. The jar had a crack, and half the water leaked out along the path. One day, she wept ashamed of the flaw. But the monk who lived nearby showed her the flowers blooming wildly along the trail. "These blossom because of your crack," he said gently. "The water you call waste is what nourished them. Your suffering waters something in you, something that cannot grow any other way." It may be self-respect. It may be clarity. It may be courage. It may be a deeper understanding of who you truly are beneath your patterns. It may be the strength to finally let go. Suffering is a sculptor. It chips away at the parts of you that were never meant to stay. It removes false identities, weak attachments, and illusions you've held onto out of fear. Yes, it hurts. Transformations often do. But nothing real is ever taken away by suffering. Only what is untrue, only what is outdated, only what your soul has already outgrown. Think of a bird shedding old feathers. From afar, it looks like loss. Up close, it is preparation for flight. Your suffering is preparing you for a version of yourself that current patterns cannot carry. When you no longer cling to how things should be, suffering eases. When you stop gripping relationships out of fear, suffering softens. When you let go of old stories that limit you, suffering loosens its hold. And when you begin returning to your own truth, even one step at a time, suffering begins to transform from fire into light. The Buddha never said life would be free of pain. He said liberation comes when we stop clinging to the things that create unnecessary suffering, when we stop insisting that life follow our will, when we stop negotiating with reality and begin flowing with it, when we stop expecting permanence from what is inherently temporary. Suffering invites you into a deeper intimacy with yourself. It invites you to finally look at what you've refused to face, to feel what you have numbed, to reclaim what you gave away without knowing. It is not the enemy. It is the doorway. You are not being punished. You are being purified. You are not being destroyed. You are being rebuilt. You are not losing your way. You are being guided back to it. The moment you understand the message behind your suffering, it can no longer control you. It becomes insight. It becomes clarity. It becomes liberation. And when liberation begins, emotional immunity begins as well. A clarity so strong that no one's words, actions, or silence can disturb the center of peace within you. That is where our journey continues next. Why do some words slice into us like blades while others drift past like wind? Why does one careless comment have the power to unravel our peace while another leaves no trace? It is tempting to believe that people's words are what wound us. But the deeper Buddhist truth is this: it is not the words that hurt, it is the place inside you that believes them. The Buddha once said, "A mind clear like water cannot be disturbed by pebbles." This is emotional immunity, not numbness, not indifference, but clarity so steady that nothing outside you can pierce your center. Imagine holding a glass of muddy water. Shake it, and the mud swirls violently, clouding everything. Set it down, and slowly the mud sinks, revealing clear water beneath. People's criticism, rejection, and judgments are like the shaking, but the muddiness that is within you, it is your unresolved doubts, your unhealed wounds, your hidden insecurities. When they get stirred, you suffer. When they settle, you see clearly. A person can only hurt you where you are still unclear about yourself. Think of a moment. Someone said something that pierced your heart. Maybe they implied you're not enough. Maybe they doubted your potential. Maybe they dismissed your feelings. The pain didn't come from their words. It came from the silent part of you that whispered, "What if they're right?" Clarity is when that whisper disappears. Clarity is when someone says you're not enough, and your heart answers, "I decide my worth." Clarity is when someone walks away, and instead of collapsing, you breathe and let them go. Clarity is when someone criticizes you, and instead of defending or shrinking, you ask calmly, "Is this my truth or theirs?" Most suffering in relationships comes from confusing projection with reality. People rarely see you. They see themselves reflected in you, their wounds, their fears, their insecurities. Their judgments are mirrors, not windows. But when you don't know yourself, you mistake their mirror for your identity. Imagine a monk sitting beside a lake. A young traveler approaches him and asks, "How do I stop being hurt by what people say?" The monk points to the lake. "If I throw a stone into still water, it ripples. But if the lake is frozen, the stone cannot enter." The traveler asks, "So I must freeze my heart?" The monk shakes his head. "No, you must deepen it. Emotional immunity isn't hardness, it's depth. It's the ability to let things enter your awareness without letting them disturb your foundation. Consider this: when someone insults you in a language you don't understand, does it hurt? No. Why? Because you have no attachment, no meaning added, no story built around it. The same is true for emotional clarity. When you are no longer attached to interpretations that diminish you, words lose their hooks. Clarity is not achieved by ignoring others. It's achieved by understanding yourself. Start observing how your mind reacts when someone's words sting. Ask yourself, does this hurt because it is true, or because it touches an old insecurity? Is this about now, or about something I never healed? Is this my pain or their projection? These questions act like sunlight cutting through a fog. Remember, people speak from their level of awareness. A fearful person speaks fear. A wounded person speaks from their wounds. A bitter person projects bitterness. Their behavior reveals their inner world, not your worth. Let this truth settle in your chest like a warm stone. Someone's behavior is a reflection of their mind, not your value. When you understand this, you stop personalizing things that were never personal. You stop shrinking to fit someone's misunderstanding of you. You stop chasing validation like a thirsty traveler chasing mirages. The world becomes quieter. Your heart becomes steadier. A powerful practice to cultivate clarity is this visualization. When someone criticizes or dismisses you, imagine their words as smoke drifting toward you. Instead of inhaling it, instead of absorbing it, simply watch it pass. Smoke cannot cling to space. Be the space. With clarity, you no longer waste your energy defending yourself against misunderstandings. You understand that truth does not need protection. Only lies do. And your worth, when rooted within, becomes unshakable. Think of bamboo in the wind. It bends, but never breaks. Its strength comes from its flexibility and its roots. Emotional clarity is your root. With it, you become unbreakable, not because nothing touches you, but because nothing controls you. There will come a moment quietly, unexpectedly, when someone's coldness no longer feels like rejection, but simply like their own struggle. When someone's anger no longer provokes you, because you see the pain beneath it. When someone's silence no longer feels like abandonment, but like their own limits. From this place, you don't react, you understand. You don't absorb, you observe. You don't cling, you release gently. And suddenly, the world loses its power to wound you. You will feel something shift inside a peace that does not depend on external kindness or agreement. A stillness that remains even when people misunderstand you. A quiet confidence that whispers, "I know who I am." The greatest freedom is realizing that your inner state is yours, not the world's to command. When you stand in clarity, no insult can define you. No rejection can diminish you. No opinion can shake you. You stop being a glass that shatters on impact. You become the ocean, vast, unfathomable, serene, where every pebble that life throws disappears into depth. And once you taste that clarity, you will never again give anyone permission to wound you in the same way. But clarity brings you to another profound truth. When you begin to heal and grow, the world around you becomes quieter, sometimes painfully so. Solitude becomes a companion you did not expect. And that is where our journey continues next. There is a moment on every healing journey when the world begins to grow quiet, not because life has abandoned you, but because you have begun walking a path few dare to take. It is a strange and sacred silence, one that can feel like peace on some days, and like deep, aching loneliness on others. But make no mistake, this loneliness is not a sign that you are lost. It is proof that you are shedding what no longer aligns with your becoming. Most people think healing feels like light softness clarity. Sometimes it does. But before that, healing often feels like pulling away from noise you once found comfort in, like outgrowing conversations that no longer feed your soul, like stepping out of the roles you once performed so well: the people pleaser, the peacekeeper, the one who never says no, the one who always shows up even when their own heart is empty. Healing isn't a glowing transformation. It's a gentle, quiet departure. Imagine walking through a crowded marketplace full of voices, colors, distractions. You've spent years there believing the noise was normal, believing the chaos was home. But one day, without knowing why, you step away from the crowd. You take a road that leads into a forest, peaceful, unfamiliar still. The further you walk, the quieter the world becomes. That quiet can feel unsettling at first. You miss the noise even if it once overwhelmed you. You miss the company even if it was draining. You miss the familiar even if it kept you small. This is the loneliness of growth. It is the space created when old energies leave before new ones arrive. As the Buddha said, it is better to walk alone than with the crowd going in the wrong direction. But walking alone does not always feel noble. Sometimes it feels like being left out. Sometimes it feels like being misunderstood. Sometimes it feels like losing friendships you thought would last forever. But the truth is, you're not losing anyone. You're simply losing the versions of them that matched the old version of you. When you rise, not everyone rises with you. When you heal, not everyone understands your new boundaries. When you stop settling, not everyone stays. And that is okay. Solitude is the womb of transformation. You cannot hear your own truth when surrounded by noise. You cannot meet your deeper self when endlessly performing for others. You cannot awaken without first withdrawing from the world you built to survive. Ask yourself gently, are you truly afraid of being alone, or are you afraid of meeting who you are without distractions? The mind craves noise because noise keeps you from yourself. Stillness, on the other hand, reveals everything. The grief you haven't processed, the dreams you've abandoned, the loneliness you've been avoiding, the inner voice you silenced to fit into other people's expectations. This is why healing initially feels lonely, because you are finally sitting with the parts of yourself you've neglected for years. Try giving yourself one sacred hour a day. No phone, no music, no conversation. Just you breathing, observing, listening. At first, the silence will feel heavy. Your mind will fidget. Your heart may ache. But stay. Stay long enough to hear the soft voice beneath the discomfort. That voice is your real self, the one who has waited patiently beneath the noise of your life. In that solitude, you will meet your true preferences, your authentic desires, your buried intuition, your forgotten strength, your hidden tenderness. And slowly, you begin to realize you were never lonely. You were simply disconnected from yourself. Solitude begins to feel less like emptiness and more like spaciousness, less like abandonment and more like return, less like silence and more like truth. You will start to see that people were not leaving you. You were leaving the version of yourself who needed them. You no longer resonate with certain environments because you're rising above the frequency they exist in. You no longer cling to connections made from survival because you're learning to live from truth. There will be moments of grief, of course. Growth always requires letting go of identities, attachments, illusions. But with each letting go comes expansion. With each step inward comes grounding. With each day of solitude comes a deeper peace. Eventually, a quiet confidence begins to bloom inside you. You no longer need constant validation. You no longer fear being misunderstood. You no longer chase what runs. You no longer shrink to keep the peace. You no longer abandon yourself to feel less alone. You realize you are enough company for yourself, and from that fullness, the right people, the ones who see you, honor you, resonate with your truth, begin to appear naturally, effortlessly, not from desperation, but from alignment. Healing looks lonely for a while because you must leave the crowd before you meet your tribe, because you must hear your own voice before you can truly hear another's, because you must walk into your own darkness before you can stand fully in your light. Solitude is not your enemy. Solitude is your initiation. Solitude is your sanctuary. Solitude is the moment before the rebirth. And when you fully embrace it, you begin to taste a type of freedom no crowd can give you and no person can take away. But to protect this freedom, there is something essential you must learn next: to let go of what you cannot control. Have you ever noticed how the tighter you grip life, the more it slips through your fingers? How the more you try to control outcomes, people, or timing, the more exhausted and anxious you become. Control is one of the greatest illusions we cling to. And the irony is this: the more we cling, the more we suffer. Control is a rope we hold so tightly that our hands begin to bleed, yet we convince ourselves that letting go would be more painful than the wounds we're already carrying. But Buddhist wisdom gently reveals a truth we often resist. Peace begins the moment you stop insisting that life must obey your expectations. Imagine standing at the edge of a river. The current moves effortlessly, carrying leaves, branches, water, life itself. If you step in and try to force the current to change direction, you exhaust yourself. You strain, push, struggle, but the river remains the river. It does not negotiate. It does not conform. It simply continues flowing as it always has. Life is that river. You are the one exhausting yourself trying to push the water backwards. You try to control how others see you. You try to control how people behave. You try to control who stays, who leaves, who loves you, who understands you. You try to control outcomes, forcing situations that are not ready, not aligned, or not meant for you. And every time reality doesn't bend to your will, suffering appears like a shadow behind your disappointment. But letting go is not weakness. Letting go is not passivity. Letting go is not giving up. Letting go is wisdom. Letting go is trust. Letting go is freedom. It means giving your best effort fully, wholeheartedly, and then stepping back, releasing the outcome into the hands of life itself. Not because you're careless, but because you understand a powerful truth: you control your actions, but never the fruits of your actions. There is a story often told in Zen temples. A young farmer planted seeds and watered them obsessively. Morning, afternoon, night, He tugged at the sprouts, hoping they would grow faster. He hovered over them anxiously. Days passed, weeks passed. Nothing changed. Finally, exhausted and frustrated, he collapsed beside the field. An old monk walked by, smiled softly, and said, "When you stop pulling on the sprouts, they will grow." Trying to control the timing of your life is like tugging on sprouts. You cannot force what must unfold. You cannot rush what is ripening. You cannot cling to what is leaving. You cannot hold what is not meant to stay. And the moment you accept this, you feel something inside you loosen, a knot in your chest you didn't even realize was there. Ask yourself honestly, what am I trying to control that is not mine to carry? Is it someone's affection? Someone's approval? The pace of your healing? A relationship that has reached its natural end? A future you can't yet see? A past you cannot rewrite? Notice the things that drain you the most. They often reveal what you are gripping too tightly. Letting go does not mean walking away from responsibility. It means understanding where your responsibility ends. You are responsible for your words, not how they are received. You are responsible for your honesty, not whether someone understands it. You are responsible for the love you give, not how someone returns it. You are responsible for your actions, not the outcome of them. You are responsible for your growth, not whether others grow with you. This is the boundary between suffering and serenity. Imagine carrying a huge sack on your back, filled with stones, each stone labeled with something you cannot control. One stone for someone's opinion of you. One stone for the future. One for the past. One for a person you're trying to fix. One for outcomes you're trying to force. The load becomes unbearable. Your back aches. Your breath shortens. You wonder why life feels so heavy. Letting go is the simple act of putting the sack down. When you release what is not yours, you return to what is. Your breath, your mind, your choices, your presence, your truth. These are your sacred responsibilities. Everything else is borrowed weight. Try this practice next time you feel overwhelmed. Sit quietly, inhale deeply, and as you exhale, imagine releasing the burdens that don't belong to you. Say gently in your mind, "Effort is mine. Outcome is life's." Repeat it until the pressure softens. Let the words settle into your chest like a warm stone. Another powerful reflection. What happens when I stop trying to control the world? I begin controlling myself. This is emotional maturity. This is spiritual strength. This is inner freedom. Imagine being the sky again. Storm clouds gather winds, howl, rain falls in sheets, yet the sky remains untouched behind it all. The sky does not try to control the weather. It simply holds space for all of it. With time, everything passes and the sky remains. Letting go is not resignation. It is spaciousness. It is the willingness to let life move without demanding that it move on your terms. When you stop forcing, life flows more naturally. When you stop clinging, love becomes lighter. When you stop resisting, healing becomes smoother. When you stop grasping, peace enters the cracks where tension once lived. There is a moment quiet, almost imperceptible, when you finally realize you do not need life to go your way to feel okay. This realization changes everything. Someone else's behavior no longer defines your mood. The future no longer frightens you. The past no longer chains you. Uncertainty no longer feels like danger. The need to control becomes unnecessary because you begin trusting the natural intelligence of life. And this trust, this softening, this opening, leads to the next great freedom. Understanding that no one can offend you unless you give them permission. Letting go of control becomes the doorway to letting go of emotional reactivity. And that is the next step on this journey of becoming untouchable. Imagine someone throwing an insult at you, sharp, sudden, unexpected. In an instant, your chest tightens, your breath shortens, your mind begins to race. You feel attacked, diminished, offended. But pause here before the reaction fully takes over. Ask yourself, where does the pain truly come from? From their words, or from the meaning you give their words? This is one of the most liberating truths in all of Buddhist wisdom. No one can offend you unless you hand them the power to do so. An insult is like a gift. If you refuse to accept it, it remains in the hands of the giver. We often think other people's actions control how we feel, but emotional offense is not something others do to you. It is something that happens within you. This realization is not meant to blame you. It is meant to free you. Because if the power was never theirs, then you can reclaim it at any moment. The Buddha once taught, "You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger." Meaning the suffering comes not from the insult itself, but from the inner fire you ignite in response. If you internalize someone's judgment, you create your own suffering. If you let someone's bitterness pierce you, you become the one who bleeds. If you swallow someone's misunderstanding, you make it your cage. But when you stop accepting these projections, their power dissolves instantly. Picture yourself standing in a clear, open field. Someone comes to you holding a heavy stone of criticism. They extend it toward you, expecting you to take it, but you simply look at it with calm eyes and do not reach out your hands. The stone does not become yours. It remains theirs. This is what emotional sovereignty looks like. Take a moment to reflect. How many times have you accepted stones that never belonged to you? How many times have you allowed a passing opinion to become a personal truth? How many times have you mistaken someone's wounded voice for an accurate reflection of yourself? When someone criticizes you, harshly pause before reacting. Instead of immediately defending yourself or collapsing inward, ask a simple yet transformative question. Why does this touch me? Often the answer reveals more about your inner wounds than their outer words. Maybe it touches an insecurity you haven't healed. Maybe it mirrors something you secretly fear. Maybe it echoes a story you've carried since childhood. Maybe it stirs the part of you that still doubts your worth. This is why two people can hear the same comment. One stays steady, the other shatters. The trigger is not the truth. The trigger is the wound. Once you understand this, you stop trying to control what others say. You start focusing on healing what inside you reacts. In Zen practice, there is a teaching called non-receiving. It means letting words land in your awareness without letting them enter your identity. Just like watching rain fall on a rooftop without inviting it inside. Try this image. When someone speaks negativity toward you, imagine their words as a cloud of dust blown in your direction. Instead of inhaling it, step back mentally and simply watch the dust pass. What touches the skin can be brushed off. What enters the heart must be carried. You get to decide what enters. Instead of absorbing criticism, try shifting into curiosity. Interesting. They said that. Why this subtle shift removes the emotional hook. The moment you become curious, you become free. Their words now reveal more about them than about you. A person who feels threatened criticizes. A person who feels insecure belittles. A person who feels unseen attacks. A person who lacks clarity projects. A person who carries inner conflict spreads conflict. Once you see this clearly, you stop personalizing other people's storms. And here is a profound truth. Most of the time, you are not the cause of their behavior. You are merely the surface on which their inner pain lands. You are not responsible for their projections. You are not responsible for their assumptions. You are not responsible for their emotional storms. You are not responsible for their inability to see you. You are responsible only for what you choose to take in. Think of a calm lake. Throw a stone into it, and ripples appear, but only on the surface. The depth remains undisturbed. Emotional mastery is not eliminating the ripples. It is deepening your inner stillness so the surface no longer defines you. To cultivate this depth, practice saying silently to yourself, "Their opinion is not my reflection. Their anger is not my identity. Their misunderstanding is not my truth. Their words belong to them." This is not spiritual arrogance. This is spiritual clarity. Over time, something shifts. Comments that once cut deeply barely leave a scratch. Disapproval that once crippled you loses its bite. Judgment that once controlled you becomes background noise. You begin to live with the quiet confidence of someone who knows who they are. You stop defending yourself, not because you don't care, but because you no longer need to be understood by every passing voice. You stop reacting to negativity, not because you're suppressing, but because you're rooted. You stop personalizing things, not because you're distant, but because you're wise. This is emotional freedom, to remain open-hearted in a world that does not always handle hearts gently. To walk with calm even when storms rise around you. To let people have their opinions while you keep your truth. To give no one the key to your peace. In this freedom, you realize that offense was never something the world inflicted upon you. It was something you unconsciously allowed. And now, you choose differently. With this newfound sovereignty, another doorway opens ahead, the present moment, the only place where real peace exists. Imagine for a moment that you are standing inside a quiet, ancient temple. No past, no future, just the warm glow of candlelight and the sound of your own breath. This temple represents the present moment, the only place where life actually happens. Yet strangely, it is the place humans visit the least. We spend most of our days lost in memories that can no longer be touched, or in imagined futures that have not yet arrived. We rehearse old conversations, rewrite old regrets, replay old wounds, or we worry about outcomes, anticipate problems, fear losses that haven't happened. In this constant mental wandering, we miss the one moment that never hurts us now. The Buddha said, "There is no path to peace. Peace is the path, and that path exists only in the present. The present moment is the only place untouched by regret, unshadowed by fear. Regret belongs to yesterday. Anxiety belongs to tomorrow. But this breath, this exact breath, belongs wholly to you." Think of your mind like a lantern. When it wanders into the past, the light dims. When it rushes into the future, it flickers. But when it rests gently in the present, the light becomes steady and clear. In that clarity, suffering loses its grip. Look at your own life. How many times have you felt pain because of something that has already happened? How many times have you created suffering by imagining something that hasn't happened at all? And how many moments of real peace have you sacrificed to the ghosts of memory or the shadows of anticipation? The truth is quiet, but powerful. The present moment has never harmed you. It is your mind that takes you elsewhere. Imagine holding a cup of water. When the water is still, you can see clearly to the bottom. When you shake it, the water clouds. Life is like that. The present is always clear. But when the mind shakes with stories, fears, and memories, clarity disappears. Try this small exercise, a doorway back into presence. Right now, pause. Look around. Notice 3 things you can see. Notice 3 things you can hear. Notice 3 things you can physically feel. These sensations pull you out of the mind and into the moment. They anchor you in the one place where peace is always available. Consider this: every time you lose yourself in anxiety, you are living in a moment that doesn't exist. Every time you drown in regret, you are revisiting a moment that has already passed. But when you return to now, you step into a space where nothing is missing. There is a Zen saying, "When walking, walk. When eating, eat." It sounds simple, even obvious, but how often do you truly walk when walking? How often do you truly eat when eating? Most people walk while worrying. They eat while thinking. They live in a constant state of elsewhere. Presence is not a concept, it is a practice. It is the art of returning to yourself again and again. Imagine a young monk sweeping a courtyard. A traveler approaches and asks, "What are you doing?" The monk replies, "Sweeping." The traveler laughs. "Yes, I can see that, but what else?" The monk smiles and says, "Just sweeping. Nothing more, nothing less." That is presence. The power of the present moment is not mystical. It is practical. When you anchor yourself in now, you stop being haunted by the past because you are not touching it. You stop fearing the future because you are not living in it. You stop being controlled by other people because you are rooted within yourself. The present moment becomes your refuge. Think about how many storms you've survived, how many fears never materialized, how many regrets softened with time. Yet here you are, breathing, alive, still capable of choosing peace now. The mind may resist this simplicity. It may say, "I must worry to stay safe. I must rehash the past to understand. I must predict the future to prepare." But the truth is, worry has never protected you. Replaying the past has never changed it. Predicting the future has never made it certain. Only presence gives you power. Only presence gives you clarity. Only presence gives you peace. When you are present, you become like a mountain, steady, grounded, unshaken by passing storms. The world may swirl around you, but you remain centered. Try this sentence whenever anxiety rises. "In this moment, I am safe." Say it slowly, feeling each word. Let your nervous system respond. Let your breath soften. Because the present moment is the doorway to emotional freedom. When you stand inside it, nothing anyone says can wound you, because the mind is not busy searching for threats. Nothing life throws at you can overwhelm you, because you are meeting each moment as it is not through the lens of past pain or future fear. Presence is the root of inner peace. Presence is the beginning of liberation. Presence is the home you've been searching for, and from this grounded place within the present, you begin to realize something even more profound. Your value never depended on the past or the future, and it certainly never depended on anyone else's opinion. That is the next step on this journey. Imagine for a moment that you are the open sky, vast, spacious, unbound. Clouds drift through you, some dark, some light, some threatening, some gentle. Storms roar across your surface. Sunlight pours in. Winds carve their paths. Yet through it all, you remain the sky, unchanged, unmoved, untouched. The weather never defines the sky. In the same way, other people's opinions never define you. And yet, Look at how much of your life has been shaped by the fear of judgment. How often have you shrunk yourself so others would feel comfortable? How many truths have you swallowed so you wouldn't upset someone? How many times have you doubted your worth simply because someone, somewhere in some moment, couldn't see it? The world is filled with voices, parents, partners, strangers, society, each trying to label you, measure you, shape you. But the most devastating labels are not the ones they speak. They are the ones you accept. Because once you accept them, you start living inside someone else's story. Here is a truth that can free you instantly if you let it. Your worth is not up for debate. Not today. Not ever. Worth is not something you earn. Worth is not something you prove. Worth is not something someone else grants you like a fragile blessing. Worth is inherent, woven into your existence the moment you took your first breath. You did not come into this world to convince anyone of your value. You came here to express it. But somewhere along the way, you were taught differently. You were praised when you succeeded, so you tied your worth to achieving. You were loved when you pleased others, so you tied your worth to approval. You were criticized when imperfect, so you tied your worth to performance. You were compared to others, so you tied your worth to competition. Slowly, quietly, you forgot the truth you were enough, long before you did anything at all. There is an image from Buddhist teachings that beautifully captures this. A diamond dropped into mud does not lose its value. It may be covered, it may be hidden, it may be unrecognizable, but nothing diminishes its worth. Clean the mud and the shine remains as radiant as ever. You are that diamond. Life covered you in mud, other people's expectations, past disappointments, mistakes, regrets, unkind words, misunderstandings. But none of it changed who you truly are. It only obscured your vision of yourself. It's time to see clearly again. Ask yourself, who taught me to question my own worth? Was it someone who couldn't see their own? Was it someone who only loved you when you fit their mold? Was it someone who projected their pain onto you? Was it someone who didn't know how to love at all? You do not need anyone's permission to reclaim what was always yours. Consider a simple but powerful practice. Stand in front of a mirror. Look into your own eyes, not your flaws, not your insecurities, not your fears, but into the quiet presence behind them. Then say softly, "I do not need to be approved to be enough." Say it again. Say it until something inside you begins to loosen, to soften, to breathe again. At first, it may feel unnatural. That's okay. You're not lying to yourself, you're remembering yourself. Another essential step is to notice the spaces, situations, and relationships where you shrink. Who makes you bite your tongue because you fear being judged? Who makes you feel small even when you're doing your best? Who makes you question your intelligence, your beauty, your goodness, your belonging? Who makes you feel like you have to earn every drop of acceptance? These are not places where your soul can grow. These are places that feed your doubt. And your doubt is not truth. It's a habit. Start setting boundaries with anything that demands you sacrifice your worth to stay. If someone constantly belittles you, their words are commentary on their wounds, not your value. If someone makes you feel invisible, it reveals their blindness, not your emptiness. If someone treats you like you are disposable, it reflects their inability to cherish, not your lack of worthiness. You were not made to fit into places that cannot hold your light. As you reclaim your value, something profound happens. You stop chasing love. You stop begging for attention. You stop trying to convince people to see you. Instead, you stand in your truth, quietly, confidently, and those who can meet you there naturally gravitate toward you. There is a story told in a monastery about a monk who carried a glowing lantern through a dark forest. Travelers asked where he found such light. The monk replied, "I did not find it. I uncovered it. It was always mine, hidden beneath layers of fear others handed to me." Your self-worth is that lantern. It has never been lost, only covered. To reconnect with it more deeply, try this powerful nightly reflection. Before you sleep, write down 3 things you respect about yourself. Not things others praised you for, not achievements, not perfection. Write qualities: your kindness, your resilience, your honesty, your growth, your courage. This practice becomes a mirror that shows you who you really are beneath the noise of the world, because ultimately you must understand something essential. You are the sky. People's opinions are whether temporary, shifting, inconsistent. You remain vast, spacious whole. When you stop letting passing clouds define you, your entire life transforms. Criticism loses its sting. Rejection loses its meaning. Comparison loses its grip. Validation loses its power. You become centered in yourself, not in the reflections of others. And when you stand firmly in your inherent worth, something miraculous emerges. The natural brightness of your being begins to shine through the cracks where doubt once lived. That brightness is joy, your original nature. But most people never experience its purity because it's buried beneath layers of mental noise, fear, and striving. To reclaim it, you must understand the final profound truth. Joy is not something you find. It is something that has been quietly waiting beneath everything you've been trying to escape. That is where our journey continues next. Imagine that joy is not a treasure buried somewhere far away, not a prize you must earn, not a destination at the end of some long spiritual quest, but the quiet, steady light that has always been burning beneath the noise of your mind. Like the sun hidden behind clouds, joy has never disappeared. It has only been obscured by thoughts, fears, regrets, and expectations that drift across your inner sky. Most people spend their lives searching for joy as if it were something outside themselves. They chase success, hoping it will grant happiness. They cling to relationships begging for validation. They accumulate possessions believing the next item will fill the emptiness. They chase thrills, attention, approval, recognition, anything that briefly lifts them from the heaviness they carry within. But joy is not something you chase. Joy is something you remember. The Buddha taught that our natural state is one of openness, clarity, peace. But as we grow older, layers accumulate: wounds, disappointments, beliefs, societal pressures, internal narratives, and these layers bury our innate joy beneath a thick, suffocating fog. The tragedy isn't that joy is lost. The tragedy is that we forget where to look. Consider a pond untouched by wind. Its surface becomes so still that it reflects the sky with perfect clarity. But when disturbed, when stirred by stones or storms, the reflection becomes distorted. The sky never changed, only the water did. In the same way, your joy has never left you. Life simply stirred the surface. The question isn't, how do I find joy? The real question is, what is blocking me from seeing the joy that's already here? Start examining what steals your joy. Is it the constant need to be productive? Is it the pressure to meet others' expectations? Is it the fear of disappointing people? Is it the endless comparison to those around you? Is it the refusal to forgive yourself? Is it the belief that you must earn love? These are not small thieves. They are silent ones. They creep in day after day unnoticed until joy feels distant. But beneath the surface, joy remains unchanged, ready, patient, waiting. Imagine a child playing freely in a courtyard, laughing, spinning, falling, rising again, fully absorbed in the moment. Children do not ask themselves if they deserve to feel joy. They do not worry about how they look when they laugh. They do not postpone happiness until they achieve something. They simply are. Your deepest joy once lived this freely, and it still does beneath the layers of adulthood. So how do you return to it? Not by forcing happiness, not by pretending, not by plastering a smile over your wounds. You return by peeling back the layers that dim your inner light. Start with gratitude, not as a cliché, but as a doorway. Gratitude strips away the noise of wanting and reveals the simplicity of being. When you notice one ordinary blessing, the warmth of sunlight, the taste of water, the softness of your breath, the mind pauses. In that pause, joy leaks through like light under a door. Another way joy rises is through presence. Joy does not exist in memory or imagination. It exists in what your senses can touch now. When your awareness enters the present moment, even for a few seconds, joy slips in through the crack created by your stillness. Try this. Close your eyes. Take a slow breath. Feel the air entering your nose, filling your lungs, settling your body. For one moment, drop all stories about your past. Drop all anticipation of your future. Just feel this breath, this single, fleeting, sacred breath. That tiny spark of calm you feel. That is the doorway to joy. You did nothing to create it. It was already there. You can also reconnect with joy through something surprisingly simple: laughter. Not forced laughter, not polite laughter, but genuine amusement, even at the absurdity of existence itself. Life is strange, unpredictable, messy, non-linear. Sometimes laughter is a reminder that you are human and alive, and nothing needs to be perfect for joy to seep in. Joy can also be rediscovered through curiosity. When you allow yourself to be fascinated again by a sunrise, a melody, a conversation, a thought, joy awakens naturally. Joy thrives where the heart is open, and joy appears most clearly when you stop trying to be someone else. When you stop twisting yourself to fit, bending yourself to please, contorting yourself to belong. When you return to your natural shape, the shape of your truth, joy has room to breathe. There is a story about a lamp covered with cloth. People walk around it in the dark, complaining about the lack of light, searching desperately for illumination. But the moment someone lifts the cloth even slightly, the light fills the room instantly. The lamp never struggled to shine. It was always shining. It was simply covered. Your joy is that lamp. Your thoughts, fears, and expectations are the cloth. Remove even one layer. Forgiveness, acceptance, compassion, presence, gratitude, and joy pours out effortlessly. This is why spiritual awakening is not about becoming someone new. It is about remembering who you were before the world taught you fear. And perhaps the most beautiful truth of all is this: joy is not the opposite of suffering. Joy is what holds suffering with compassion. Joy is spacious enough to coexist with pain. Joy is not a shallow happiness, it is a deep aliveness. Joy is the quiet knowing that even in difficulty, you are still here, still breathing, still growing. When you realize joy is your natural state, something remarkable happens. You stop searching desperately. You stop clinging to external things. You stop postponing your happiness. You begin to rest within yourself. You begin to trust life again. You begin to feel whole not because everything is perfect, but because you finally understand that perfection was never the path. As your inner joy awakens the entire journey you've walked, the pain, the healing, the insights, the clarity comes together like pieces of a great mosaic. Every step, every tear, every moment of growth has been leading you toward this reconnection with your true nature. But this journey also needs structure, integration, and a clear map, a summary of the truths that form the foundation of emotional freedom. And that is where we go next. Before we bring all these teachings together, pause for a breath. A long, slow, conscious breath. Because what comes next is not merely a summary. It is the weaving together of every thread, pain, clarity, presence, worth, joy, into a tapestry of inner liberation. This is where understanding becomes embodiment, and where your journey begins to take permanent root within your heart. Imagine standing at the center of a vast mandala, a sacred circle symbolizing wholeness. Around you lie 12 pathways, each one carved by your own insight, each one lit by your own awakening. You have walked them one by one, sometimes trembling, sometimes steady, but always forward. Now from the center, you begin to see how each pathway was never separate. Every step has been leading you toward the same truth. You were never meant to live at the mercy of the world. Let's begin unfolding these teachings not as a list, but as a living movement, your inner transformation made visible. Start with pain. You learned that avoiding pain does not protect you. It keeps you chained. Pain is not an enemy chasing you. It is a messenger longing to be heard. The moment you stop running and turn toward your wounds with compassion, their sharpness dissolves. They become guides pointing you back to the parts of yourself you have long abandoned. Pain reveals what needs shifting, releasing understanding. It is your compass, not your curse. From there, you discovered choice, the quiet, immense power resting in every moment. You are not the victim of your thoughts. You are the space in which those thoughts appear. When you choose your responses with awareness, you step out of unconscious patterns and begin shaping your life from intention rather than habit. Every choice becomes a brick in the temple of who you are becoming. But choice alone is not enough. You learned to look deeper beneath the surface of reactions and trace them to their hidden roots. Old wounds wearing new masks, memories disguised as present emotions. Once unconscious patterns become conscious, their power weakens. Awareness shines a soft but relentless light on the places where pain has been hiding. Only what is seen can be healed. Your journey then carried you into integration, the practice of holding your emotions gently instead of wrestling with them. You learned to sit with discomfort, breathing into its tightness, letting it soften rather than explode. Avoidance creates suffering. Integration builds wholeness. You stop dividing your heart into acceptable and unacceptable parts. You become a unified, grounded being. And then came the great shift, seeing suffering not as punishment, but as purification. It became clear that suffering is what happens when life invites you to grow, but you cling to what is too small. When you finally listen, suffering transforms. It becomes insight, direction, truth. It becomes the teacher that prepares you for a new chapter. From this ripened understanding, you stepped into clarity. You saw that others' words cannot hurt you when you know who you are. That criticism is not a verdict. That judgment is often a reflection of someone's inner world, not your inner worth. Clarity is the shield that requires no armor. It is the still water that cannot be disturbed by pebbles. Clarity then opened the door to solitude. you discovered that loneliness on the healing path is not a sign of failure. It is the clearing of space. Old energies leave, noise recedes, and suddenly you are standing with yourself, perhaps for the first time in years. Solitude is uncomfortable at first because you finally hear your own voice. But eventually, it becomes the birthplace of authenticity, the beginning of inner peace. With solitude came the wisdom of surrender. You learned that micromanaging life only suffocates your spirit, that the river of existence does not obey your demands, and fighting its current only exhausts you. Letting go does not mean giving up. It means trusting the natural unfolding of things. You give your effort fully, then release the outcome. This is where freedom begins. Then came a profound liberation, understanding that offense is a choice. No one can hurt you emotionally unless you hand them the permission. Their words are offerings. You decide whether to accept them. When your self-worth becomes internal rather than external, people's opinions lose their power. You remain steady like a mountain, unmoved by passing winds. With this foundation, you discovered the sanctuary of the present moment. The past cannot hurt you unless you visit it. The future cannot wound you unless you live in it. The present is the temple where peace resides. When you return to it, breath by breath, everything unnecessary dissolves. Presence is your refuge. And in that refuge, you remembered something essential. Your worth cannot be measured. It cannot be given or taken by anyone. You are the sky. Others' judgments are only passing weather. You are enough because you exist. End of story. When you stand in your inherent worth, you stop shrinking to fit small spaces and start expanding toward your true nature. Finally, beneath all of this, you rediscovered joy, not as a reward, not as a destination, but as the quiet radiance beneath the layers of your life. Joy was never gone. It was simply waiting for you to remove the coverings, fear, expectations, comparison, self-judgment. When these dissolve, even a little joy rises like sunlight breaking through clouds. And now, here you stand at the center of all these truths, seeing clearly how every principle is connected. Pain led you to openness. Openness led you to awareness. Awareness led you to clarity. Clarity led you to worth. Worth led you to joy. This is the architecture of inner freedom. When you live these truths, not just know them, something profound shifts in your being. You no longer fear discomfort because you understand its message. You no longer cling to control because you trust the unfolding. You no longer chase validation because you know your worth. You no longer personalize negativity because you see the woundedness behind it. You no longer drown in suffering because you listen to its wisdom. You no longer run from yourself because you finally recognize your own presence as home. You begin to move through the world like a still flame, steady, bright, untouchable. And this is only the beginning. The mandala has more layers. The journey has more steps. Your becoming has more radiance to reveal. From here, we continue onward. Before you take the next step on this journey inward, imagine a quiet dawn, a horizon slowly softening from darkness into gold. There is a sacred moment just before sunrise when the world is suspended in stillness. No rushing, no noise, no expectations. Only a vast open space where anything feels possible. This is exactly where you stand now, on the threshold between who you have been and who you are becoming. The path ahead invites a deeper transmission, not just understanding the teachings, but allowing them to reshape the way you breathe, think, walk, and move through the world. Inner liberation is not a moment, it is a continued unfolding. And part 14 marks the beginning of that deep unfolding. Let us step into it gently. You have begun to dismantle the illusions that kept you tangled, illusions of control, illusions of unworthiness, illusions of permanence, illusions of being defined by others. Now, something far more delicate and profound must come next. Learning to walk through life with softness without losing your strength. Softness is often misunderstood. People mistake it for fragility, weakness, vulnerability, in the negative sense. But true softness, the softness born from wisdom, is one of the most powerful forces in existence. Look at water. It yields, yet it carves mountains. It surrenders, yet it shapes continents. Its power lies not in resistance, but in flow. This is the essence of spiritual softness, to remain open without being overwhelmed, to remain compassionate without being consumed, to remain aware without being afraid. Before softness, your heart had two settings, armored or broken. You protected yourself so fiercely that you could not be touched, yet inside you were hurting. Or you opened yourself so completely that every wound cut you to the bone. The wisdom of the middle way teaches that you do not need to live in either extreme. There is a third path, the path of gentle strength. Imagine bamboo swaying in the wind. When the storm arrives, the tree that refuses to bend will snap. But bamboo bends freely, moving with the storm, never resisting the wind, and therefore never breaking under its pressure. You are learning to become like bamboo, flexible, but rooted, yielding, but unshakable. This softness is not passive. It is not submission. It is intelligent surrender, the ability to feel deeply while staying grounded in your truth. To cultivate this softness, notice the subtle ways your body reacts to the world. The tightening in your shoulders when someone speaks harshly. The clenching in your jaw when you are misunderstood. The heaviness in your chest when your boundaries are crossed. The heat in your stomach when old memories rise uninvited. These are not signs of weakness. They are invitations. Your body is speaking before your mind can interpret. Instead of tightening further, practice softening. When someone criticizes you, soften your breath instead of bracing yourself. When a painful memory arises, soften your chest instead of suppressing it. When fear comes, soften your gaze instead of stiffening your posture. When life feels uncertain, soften your heart instead of closing it. Softening does not erase the discomfort. It creates space for it. And space is what transforms everything. Consider this. When you close your fist, nothing can enter. When you open your palm, everything can pass through. Softness opens your palm. Softness lets emotions pass without gripping them. Lets people behave as they will, without imprisoning them in expectations. Lets life flow without demanding it take a particular shape. With softness, you no longer collapse under emotion. You cradle it. You no longer fear uncertainty. You breathe through it. You no longer fight the moment you meet it. And something extraordinary happens when you live this way. Life stops feeling like a battle. It begins to feel like a dance. There is an old Zen image of a monk walking barefoot through a river. The rocks are sharp, the water cold, the current strong, yet he moves without struggle. Why? Because he places each step with awareness, softness, and presence. He is not fighting the river. He is moving with it. His strength comes from his softness. In your own life, the river may be a difficult conversation, an uncertain future, a painful memory, a loss, a change you didn't choose. Rather than bracing yourself against it, try stepping into it with the monk's softness. Feel the moment fully. Let it move around you. Let it wash through you. Let it teach you without overpowering you. Softness also transforms how you relate to others. When someone behaves poorly, instead of taking it personally, you begin to see their suffering. When someone lashes out, you begin to recognize the fear beneath their anger. When someone withdraws, you see their overwhelm rather than your inadequacy. Softness allows you to understand without absorbing. This is compassion with clarity, love with boundaries, empathy without self-abandonment. Softness is the birth of wise compassion, not the compassion that exhausts you, but the compassion that expands you. And as your heart softens, another deep truth reveals itself. You do not need to harden to protect yourself. You only need to awaken. Awakening is not a dramatic moment. It is a subtle shift the moment you realize your heart can stay open, even in a world that sometimes wounds. Because you no longer rely on the world to give you safety, worth, or identity. You carry those within. Softness becomes your superpower. Stillness becomes your refuge. Awareness becomes your armor, one that weighs nothing. From this place, you begin to move through life with a new kind of grace. Not the performative grace of appearing calm, but the inner grace of being calm. The grace of responding instead of reacting. The grace of allowing instead of controlling. The grace of flowing instead of resisting. This is where your transformation deepens. This is where the teachings move from your mind into your bones. This is where the world stops controlling you, because you are no longer fighting it, you are flowing with it. And from this deepening softness, another threshold awaits: learning to live with unshakable inner stability, no matter what arises. That is where we go next. Imagine walking through the world with the quiet steadiness of a mountain, rooted vast, unmoved by shifting weather. Storms may roar, winds may howl, seasons may change, yet the mountain remains grounded in its own presence. This is the essence of inner stability, a quality so rare, so sacred, so powerful, that once cultivated, nothing external can truly shake you again. Inner stability does not come from controlling life. It comes from understanding life. It comes from understanding yourself within life. You have already discovered the foundations: awareness, presence, softness, surrender. Now, these elements begin weaving themselves together to form the pillar at your core, the pillar that allows you to remain whole even when your world trembles. Let us step into this deeper layer. Inner stability begins with a profound realization. Your emotions are waves. You are the ocean. Most people live trapped inside the rise and fall of their emotions. When sadness comes, they believe they are sadness. When anger flares, they believe they are anger. When fear rises, they believe they are fear. But these emotions are simply weather patterns, temporary, passing, ever-changing. They move through you, but they are not you. Inner stability comes when you stop identifying with the waves and start identifying with the water beneath them. When your identity shifts from the temporary to the timeless, everything changes. Imagine sitting beside a river. If you stare at the surface, all you see is turbulence, shifting light, rushing movement, the chaos of flow. But beneath that surface is a deep current, steady and ancient, moving with quiet purpose. Human life is the same. People who lack inner stability live on the surface, tossed by every ripple. People who cultivate inner stability sink into the deeper current, the still, unchanging place within themselves. That stillness is not empty. It is fully alive. It is consciousness itself. To access inner stability, begin noticing these subtle truths. When someone disappoints you, your stability does not need to collapse. Their behavior is not a statement about your worth. When circumstances shift unexpectedly, your stability does not need to shatter. The situation is temporary. Your awareness is not. When old fears resurface, your stability does not need to crumble. The fear is a visitor, not your identity. When emotions rise suddenly, you do not need to drown in them. You can witness them without becoming them. A deeply grounded person does not avoid emotions. They feel everything fully, but with enough spaciousness inside that nothing overwhelms. Think of a large bell. Strike a small bell, and the sound is sharp, high, easily disrupted. Strike a large temple bell, and the sound is deep, resonant, unwavering. The larger the inner space, the steadier the resonance. Your work now is to expand your inner space. One powerful practice for cultivating this depth is the art of non-reactivity, not suppression, not numbness, but the conscious choice to breathe before responding, to observe before interpreting, to pause before absorbing. When something triggers you, instead of immediately reacting, ask yourself, where in my body is this reaction living? Place your attention there. Is it tightness in the chest, heat in the face, pressure in the stomach, tension in the throat? Wherever the sensation lives, breathe into it gently. Your breath becomes the bridge between the wave and the ocean. The moment you bring awareness to the sensation, it begins to soften. Awareness dissolves reactivity. Inner stability is not built by avoiding discomfort. It is built by holding discomfort with presence. Another doorway into stability is accepting impermanence. Everything in life moves. Everything in life breathes. Everything changes. Suffering arises when you cling to what was never meant to remain still. When you cling to the idea that things should stay the same, life feels chaotic. But when you accept that everything changes, people, feelings, situations, seasons, you stop resisting the flow. You begin to move with it. Imagine walking through a forest as leaves fall. You do not try to stop them. You do not chase each one. You let them fall. This is inner stability, allowing life to unfold without forcing it into your shape. Inner stability also comes from knowing your inner home, not your physical home, not your relationships, not your achievements. Your inner home, the place you return to when life becomes loud. Your inner home is built through stillness, honesty, self-respect, boundaries, presence, awareness, compassion for yourself. When you have an inner home, you stop searching for safety outside yourself. When you are anchored internally, external chaos cannot uproot you. There is a story about a candle burning in the open. When the wind blows, the flame flickers wildly, sometimes nearly extinguishing. But when the candle is placed inside a lantern, the flame burns steady, not because the wind has stopped, but because the candle is now protected by something deeper. Inner stability is your lantern. Your flame is no longer exposed to every passing breeze. The more rooted you become, the less the world can interfere with your peace. You begin to respond instead of react. You begin to witness instead of absorb. You begin to walk with a quiet confidence that others can feel even before you speak. People may project onto you, but you no longer take it in. Life may shift around you, but you no longer collapse. Emotions may rise, but you no longer drown. Uncertainty may appear, but you no longer panic. This steadiness is not coldness, it is presence anchored in truth. It is strength wrapped in softness. It is clarity resting beneath emotion. It is the place where nothing outside you can control the inside. From this place, your life begins to transform naturally. You attract differently. You choose differently. You feel differently. You see differently. And now that you have begun to stabilize your inner world, the next layer of your journey calls you to explore something even more profound: the art of living with non-attachment, loving fully, without clinging, giving, without losing yourself, moving through life with open hands and an open heart. That is where we go next. Imagine holding a handful of sand. If you squeeze it tightly, trying desperately to keep every grain, it slips through your fingers. But if you hold your palm open, relaxed, gentle, spacious, the sand rests there quietly. Nothing is forced. Nothing is lost. Nothing is clung to. This is the essence of non-attachment. Non-attachment is not indifference. It is not emotional coldness. It is not withdrawing from life, people, or love. True non-attachment means loving fully without imprisoning what you love. It means caring deeply without gripping. It means experiencing life completely without insisting it stay unchanged. It is the art of holding everything with an open palm. This principle is one of the most misunderstood in spiritual teachings because people mistake it for detachment. But detachment is numbness, a wall, a shutting down, an escape. Non-attachment is the opposite. It is warm. It is spacious. It is alive. It is the freedom to love without fear. Picture a bird resting on your shoulder. If you panic and clutch it, you harm the bird and lose it. If you ignore it, it flies away from neglect. But if you stand calmly, open-hearted, the bird stays as long as it chooses freely, naturally, beautifully. This is how love is meant to be held. This is how peace is protected. To understand non-attachment, you must first see why attachment hurts so deeply. Attachment says, I need you to behave this way so I can feel safe. I need this situation to turn out in my favor so I can be happy. I need this relationship to last forever so I can feel whole. I need this version of myself to never change so I can feel worthy. But life does not obey these demands. People change, relationships evolve, feelings shift, opportunities appear and disappear. Even the person you are today is not the same person you will be tomorrow. Attachment tries to freeze life, and suffering is the friction created between reality and our refusal to let it move. Non-attachment, on the other hand, lets life breathe. It allows you to experience joy without fearing its end. It allows you to love deeply without clinging to a specific outcome. It allows you to grieve without collapsing into despair. It allows you to stand steady even while everything around you transforms. There is a Zen story about a monk and a traveler walking through a forest. The traveler says, "Master, I fear losing the things I love." The monk smiles softly and replies, "You cannot lose what you never possessed." The traveler looks confused. "But I have loved deeply. Surely those connections are mine." The monk points to the sunset. "Do you own the sun because you admire it? Do you possess the breeze because it touches your face? Beauty is not meant to be held, only appreciated." Non-attachment is not about having nothing. It is about letting nothing own you. Think about the places in your own heart where attachment hides the fear of abandonment that makes you cling, the fear of uncertainty that makes you overthink, the fear of rejection that makes you shapeshift to be accepted, the fear of loss that makes you hold on even when holding on hurts. These are not signs of weakness. They are signs of being human. But they are also invitations to soften your grip and trust the natural rhythm of life. Try this gentle reflection. Ask yourself, what am I afraid will happen if I let go just a little? Let go of control. Will life fall apart? Or will you finally breathe? Let go of needing approval. Will you lose love? Or will you meet yourself? Let go of past identities. Will you disappear? Or will you become more authentic? Let go of expectations. Will things collapse? Or will clarity emerge? Often, the fear of letting go is louder than the actual letting go. Non-attachment does not mean walking away from what you love. It means loving without fear. It means choosing from clarity, not desperation. It means holding space, not chains. One of the most beautiful aspects of non-attachment is how it transforms your relationships. You no longer suffocate people with expectations. You no longer confuse possession with connection. You no longer collapse when someone distances themselves. You no longer attach your worth to whether someone stays or leaves. You begin to love like sunlight, freely, naturally, without needing to be grasped. You begin to understand that every soul you meet is passing through your life on a journey of their own. Your time together is not ownership, it is shared presence. Some stay for a moment, some for a chapter, some for a lifetime. But none belong to you, and you belong to no one. This truth is not cold, it is liberating. With non-attachment, you can finally appreciate people for who they are, not for the role you hope they play. You can finally accept situations for what they are not, for what your fear demands them to be. You can finally be present because you are no longer gripping the future. There is a quality of softness that appears when you live this way, a gentleness in your eyes, a calmness in your breath, a lightness in your step, a freedom in your heart. You begin to trust that what is meant for you will not need to be forced, and what is not meant for you cannot be kept no matter how tightly you hold on. Non-attachment is the art of mastering your inner world so fully that the outer world loses its power to control you. From this place, you can begin practicing the next profound shift, something subtle yet life-changing, turning your attention inward to build a relationship with yourself that becomes your ultimate refuge. This is where we go next. Imagine walking through your life carrying a lantern. Sometimes it shines brightly, illuminating your path. Other times its light flickers, dimmed by exhaustion, heartbreak, uncertainty, or self-doubt. Most people go through life desperately searching for someone else to hold the lantern for them, a partner, a friend, a teacher, a family member, a belief, a goal, a success. Someone to light the way, someone to offer direction, someone to make the darkness feel less frightening. But there comes a moment on the path of awakening when you realize no one else can carry your lantern. It was placed in your hands for a reason. This realization is both terrifying and liberating. Terrifying because it means the responsibility for your inner world is wholly yours. Liberating because it means your peace, your power, your direction, your worth are no longer at the mercy of anyone else. This is the beginning of the deepest chapter of your journey, building a relationship with yourself, so intimate, so steady, so truthful, that you become your own refuge. Most people have a relationship with others, but not with themselves. They know how to comfort others, not how to soothe themselves. They know how to support others, not how to stand beside themselves. They know how to forgive others, not how to show compassion to their own wounds. They know how to listen deeply to others, even strangers, but they do not know how to listen to the soft, trembling voice inside their own chest. This is why life feels so heavy, because we go through it without the companionship of our own heart. But imagine what would happen if, instead of abandoning yourself in difficult moments, you learned to stay. If instead of judging your pain, you learn to cradle it. If instead of pushing away your needs, you learned to honor them. If instead of outsourcing your comfort, you learn to offer it inwardly. Imagine becoming someone you can trust, someone you can rely on, someone you can return to. This is what it means to build inner refuge. Let us begin with perhaps the most essential truth. You cannot feel safe in the world until you feel safe with yourself. Safety does not come from perfect circumstances. It does not come from stable relationships. It does not come from having everything under control. Safety comes from knowing that no matter what happens, you will not abandon yourself again. Think about the times you walked away from your own heart, when you stayed silent, even though everything inside you was begging to speak. When you forced yourself to stay in environments that hurt you. When you allowed someone to cross your boundaries because you feared losing them. When you criticized yourself for feeling too much or needing too much. When you denied your emotions because they were inconvenient. These moments fracture your internal connection. They teach your body that you cannot be trusted to protect yourself. They create inner loneliness, a loneliness far deeper than any physical solitude. To rebuild this trust, you must learn the art of inner companionship. Inner companionship begins with listening, not to the loud, chaotic thoughts that rush through your mind, but to the quiet sensations in your body. Your body always speaks truth first. Long before the mind rationalizes or argues, the body whispers, "This doesn't feel right. I'm scared. I'm tired. I'm overwhelmed. I need support. I need rest. I need space. I need safety." Most of us ignore these whispers. Inner refuge begins when you stop ignoring. Whenever you feel triggered, anxious, or unsettled, place your hand on your heart or your chest and ask gently, "What do you need from me right now?" Not from others, from me. This simple question transforms your relationship with yourself. Maybe the answer will be, "I need you to slow down. I need you to stop pretending this doesn't hurt. I need you to let me cry. I need you to hold me. I need you to rest. I need you to stop forcing things. I need you to breathe. I need you to walk away. I need you to trust me." Inner refuge means giving yourself what you have long sought from others. Another essential aspect of inner refuge is self-honesty, the gentle, compassionate honesty that doesn't shame you, but frees you. You cannot build a relationship with yourself if you constantly lie to yourself out of fear. Lying to yourself is the deepest form of self-abandonment. Ask yourself, where do I pretend to be okay when I'm not? Where do I push away my truth because I fear its consequences? Where do I keep tolerating something that drains me? Where do I betray myself to keep the peace? These questions are not meant to judge you. They are meant to liberate you. Self-honesty cracks open the shell you built around your heart. After honesty comes self-respect, the willingness to act on your truth. Setting boundaries is one of the greatest expressions of self-respect. Boundaries are not walls, they are doors. They are a declaration I value myself enough to choose environments where my spirit can breathe. For years, you may have expected others to respect you while you neglected yourself. But inner refuge means you stop waiting for permission to honor your own worth. You begin choosing peace over pleasing truth, over comfort, alignment, over attachment. And something miraculous happens when you do this. Your inner world stops feeling chaotic. Your emotions stop feeling confusing. Your relationships stop feeling overwhelming. Because you are finally aligned with yourself. Inner refuge also means becoming a source of comfort for yourself. When fear rises, you don't shame it, you soothe it. When sadness appears, you don't push it away, you sit beside it. When frustration builds, you don't judge it. You breathe into it. When loneliness visits, you don't run. You hold your own presence. You begin speaking to yourself the way you would to a child who is scared or hurting. I'm here. I'm not leaving. You're safe. We'll get through this. You can feel this. I've got you. These words, spoken inwardly, soften the deepest wounds. And finally, inner refuge requires building a life where you show up for yourself consistently, lovingly, without conditions. You make time for stillness. You make space for your creativity. You honor your intuition. You nurture what feels expansive. You release what feels heavy. You choose environments that nourish your soul. You build rituals that strengthen your inner peace. You stop waiting for someone else to choose you. You choose yourself daily, unwaveringly. Because the truth is this: you are the only person who will walk with you from your first breath to your last. You deserve to walk in companionship, not abandonment. When you build a relationship with yourself, loneliness shifts into solitude, self-doubt transforms into self-trust, and fear dissolves into inner steadiness. You become your own foundation, and from this foundation, the next teachings blossom effortlessly. The next step on this journey is a profound one, understanding how to navigate relationships from a place of wholeness, not lack. And that is where we go next. Imagine standing in front of a still pond at dawn. The water is calm, untouched, perfectly reflective. When the world around it is peaceful, it mirrors the sky with flawless clarity. But if a rock is thrown into that pond, the surface ripples, the reflection distorts. And if stones are thrown again and again, the water never has a chance to return to its natural stillness. This is what relationships can do to the heart when we enter them without inner grounding. Every word, every silence, every shift in someone else's mood becomes a stone thrown into the surface of our inner world. We react, we ripple, we distort ourselves, trying to reflect what they want or avoid what they might feel. And slowly, we lose our stillness. We lose ourselves. But when you enter relationships from a place of wholeness, from inner refuge, inner clarity, inner stability, something extraordinary happens. You stop drowning in other people's emotions. You stop mistaking someone else's behavior for your worth. You stop abandoning yourself to keep a connection alive. You stop making love a battlefield and begin making it a sanctuary. This is the next evolution of your journey, learning how to relate without losing your center. Let us begin with the truth. Most people fear to admit. Most individuals do not enter relationships to share love. They enter relationships to fill emptiness, to escape loneliness, to soothe insecurity, to feel valuable, to feel needed, to feel chosen. But when you use relationships to fill inner voids, you become needy, reactive, fragile. Because the moment the other person shifts even slightly, your entire sense of safety collapses. You become dependent on their validation, their attention, their consistency. Your happiness becomes hostage to their moods. This is not love. This is attachment wrapped in longing. Real love begins only when you are no longer starving, when you no longer enter relationships hoping to be rescued, when you no longer depend on someone else to tell you who you are. Only a whole person can love freely. So the first step in navigating relationships from wholeness is this: do not approach others with an empty cup. When two empty cups come together, they drain each other. When one empty and one full cup meet, one becomes a savior, the other becomes dependent. But when two full cups meet, they overflow naturally, beautifully, effortlessly. A relationship is not a place to go to feel complete. It is a place where two complete beings share the overflow of their inner fullness. Yet this fullness does not mean perfection. It means self-awareness. It means showing up honestly. It means having the courage to speak truthfully, to listen deeply, to stay grounded even when conflict arises. Here is a profound shift that will change every relationship you have. Your partner's emotions are not your responsibility. Your reactions to their emotions are. When someone you love is angry, you do not need to absorb their anger. When someone you love is afraid, you do not need to become their shield. When someone you love is withdrawn, you do not need to chase them to prove your worth. When someone you love is confused, you do not need to contort yourself trying to make everything okay. Their internal world belongs to them. Yours belongs to you. Healthy love respects this boundary. Imagine two trees growing side by side. Their branches may touch, their roots may intertwine, but they are not the same tree. Each draws nourishment from its own soil. Each stands upright by its own strength. Each grows toward its own sky. This is the ideal relationship connection, without merging love, without losing selfhood. Another essential truth: relationships are mirrors. They reflect the parts of yourself you do not see. They expose the wounds you tried to bury. They reveal your deepest fears of inadequacy, rejection, abandonment, judgment. Most people blame the mirror, but wise hearts read the reflection. If someone's silence triggers your anxiety, the silence is not the real issue, your fear of abandonment is. If someone's irritation makes you defensive, the irritation is not the issue, your fear of inadequacy is. If someone's independence makes you insecure, the independence is not the issue, your fear of being unneeded is. Relationships are invitations to heal your unconscious patterns. They press the bruises you forgot you had, and the purpose is not to cause pain. It is to reveal what is unhealed. But here is the part that transforms everything. You are not obligated to heal inside the relationship. You are obligated to heal for the sake of the relationship. Meaning, your partner is not responsible for fixing your wounds. You are not responsible for fixing theirs. You both are responsible for your own inner evolution, and a relationship thrives when both people walk their healing path together, side by side. Another essential piece of relational wisdom: do not confuse intensity with intimacy. Emotional chaos is not connection. Constant arguments are not passion. Jealousy is not love. Possessiveness is not care. Dramatic highs and lows are not signs of deep bonding. They are signs of deep wounds. True intimacy is quiet, stable, gentle. It feels like exhaling after holding your breath for too long. It feels like being able to sit together in silence and feel safe. It feels like being able to express your truth without fear of being punished for it. It feels like being seen without needing to perform or pretend. Love that is peaceful, consistent, and healthy may feel boring to someone who only knows chaos, but it is the kind of love that lasts. To relate without losing yourself, you must learn the art of conscious communication. This means speaking from awareness, not reactivity. It means saying, "This is what I feel," instead of, "This is what you made me feel." It means expressing desires without demanding outcomes. It means acknowledging mistakes without collapsing into shame. It means listening to understand, not listening to defend. Communication becomes sacred when your intention is connection, not control. Another powerful practice: stop trying to win arguments. Start trying to understand each other. Winning divides. Understanding heals. When both hearts feel safe, conflict becomes a doorway to deeper intimacy rather than destruction. And finally, to navigate relationships from wholeness, you must remember the most liberating truth of all. Love is a choice, not a chain. You do not stay out of fear. You do not stay out of need. You do not stay out of guilt. You stay because your heart chooses to be there freely, consciously, fully. You know you are loving from wholeness when you can give without resentment. You can receive without guilt. You can stay without clinging. You can leave without hatred. You can communicate without attacking. You can forgive without forgetting yourself. You can love without abandoning your center. Relationships stop being storms you survive. They become temples where you grow. They become mirrors that teach you. They become paths of awakening. Now that we've uncovered how to relate from inner wholeness, the next profound layer emerges, learning how to walk through change, loss, and endings without breaking, with the grace of impermanence as your guide. And that is where we go next. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest in late autumn. The trees are shedding their leaves, some gently drifting down like golden feathers, others torn away by an unexpected gust. The branches, once full and vibrant, now stand bare against the sky. Yet nothing in this scene is tragic. Nothing is out of place. The trees do not cling to their leaves. They do not resist the passing season. They let go with grace, trusting that spring will come when it is time. This is the wisdom of impermanence, one of the deepest truths the Buddha ever shared, and perhaps the hardest for the human heart to accept. Because unlike the trees, we cling. We cling to people to love, to identities, to roles, to dreams, to routines, to memories, to versions of ourselves that no longer fit. We cling even when holding on shreds us from the inside. But every moment of clinging is a moment of suffering, and every moment of letting go is a moment of return. A return to peace, a return to yourself, a return to the natural rhythm of life. On this next chapter of your journey, you will learn how to walk through change, loss, transition, and endings without breaking, with the quiet, steady grace that comes from accepting impermanence. Let us begin with this simple but profound truth. Nothing that is alive stays the same. Everything breathes. Everything evolves. Everything comes and goes in its own time. Just as your body changes, your mind changes, your desires change, your relationships change, life itself moves in cycles, not straight lines. Most suffering arises not from change itself, but from our refusal to let life change. Consider the areas in your life where you cling hardest, the relationship you're afraid to lose, the version of yourself you no longer want to outgrow, the dream that no longer sparks your soul, the past you replay over and over, the identity you built to please others, the plans you force even when life is guiding you elsewhere. Clinging feels like safety, but it is actually the root of fear. Letting go feels like death, but it is actually the beginning of freedom. The Buddha once compared life to a flowing river. You cannot step into the same river twice because the water is always moving. It never remains the same. The same is true of you and of everyone you love. The more you try to freeze the river, the more violently it pushes back. Impermanence is not the enemy. Impermanence is what allows growth, renewal, transformation, and rebirth. Think of the times you have outgrown friendships or relationships. At first, it feels like loss. But after time has passed, you look back and see that these endings carved space for your expansion. They cleared pathways for new teachers, new truths, new strength. Life removes what blocks your evolution, even if you try desperately to cling to it. To walk through change with grace, you must understand the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is natural, a heartbreak, a goodbye, a shift, a letting go. Pain is the body's way of acknowledging transition. Suffering is what happens when the mind refuses to accept what is already changing. Pain says, "This hurts." Suffering says, "This should not be happening." Pain is a wave. Suffering is fighting the wave. Pain moves through you. Suffering traps you. Impermanence teaches you to feel the wave without drowning in it. When something or someone begins to leave your life, do not cling. Lean into the lesson. Lean into the tenderness. Lean into the truth that this too is part of your path. Think about the people you once feared losing and then lost. You survived. Think about the dreams that didn't happen and how different ones took their place. Think about the storms you thought would break you and how they shaped you instead. Life has been preparing you to understand impermanence all along. But how do you practice letting go without collapsing? How do you walk through endings with open eyes and a steady heart? Begin here. 1. Acknowledge the truth without arguing with it. Say softly to yourself, "This is changing," not with fear, not with resistance, simply with awareness. Truth becomes bearable the moment you stop fighting it. 2. Feel the grief that comes with change. Grief is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of connection. Let yourself cry. Let yourself tremble. Let yourself be human. Tears cleanse what clinging corrodes. 3. Identify what part of you is afraid. Is it the child within you who fears abandonment? Is it the part of you that believes change means failure? Is it the part of you that equates loss with inadequacy? Hold that part of yourself gently. Say, "I am here. You are safe." Comfort dissolves fear far better than control ever will. 4. Ask life what this ending is making space for. Every loss creates a clearing. Every ending creates an opening. Every closure makes room for the next chapter to enter. 5. Release the illusion that you could have controlled the outcome. You cannot force someone to stay. You cannot prevent time from moving. You cannot hold on to what is ready to transform. You can only choose how gracefully you bow to impermanence. 6. Trust the wisdom of the unfolding. Letting go is not giving up. Letting go is giving in not to defeat, but to harmony, to the natural movement of existence. When you learn to surrender to change, you begin to move through life with a softness that is unbreakable. You love deeply, but without chains. You give fully, but without expectation. You walk boldly, but without clinging to outcomes. Loss no longer shatters you, it shapes you. Endings no longer frighten you, they free you. Transitions no longer confuse you, they guide you. And one day, you wake up and realize something extraordinary. You have become like the trees in autumn. You let go, not because you stop caring, but because you trust nature. You trust the cycle. You trust the wisdom of release. You trust yourself to bloom again. This is the path toward a mind that fears nothing, a heart that clings to nothing, and a spirit that resists nothing. This is the path toward freedom. From this understanding of impermanence, you are now ready to explore the next profound doorway, the art of carrying inner peace into the chaos of everyday life, becoming unshakable even in the most turbulent storms. And that is where we go next. Imagine you are standing in the center of a storm wind, screaming branches, bending rain lashing across your skin. Everything around you is chaos, unpredictable, wild. Most people live their entire lives this way internally, not because life is always chaotic, but because their mind is. Every comment becomes thunder. Every rejection becomes lightning. Every unexpected difficulty becomes a tornado. They are thrown to the ground by every gust. They break at every storm. They lose themselves in moments that were never meant to define them. But imagine instead that you are the still point within the storm. Imagine that no matter what happens around you, there is a space inside you that remains untouched, a place the wind cannot enter, the rain cannot soak, the noise cannot disturb, a place of quiet clarity, a place of inner knowing, a place where you breathe and everything softens. This is what it means to carry peace within chaos. Most people believe peace is something they find outside in quiet environments and meditation retreats, in moments when life goes smoothly. But true peace is not external. True peace is internal stability, meeting external unpredictability with grace. The Buddha taught peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. You are not meant to chase peace. You are meant to generate it. Today we step into the art of becoming unshakable, not because life becomes easy, but because you become grounded. Let us begin with the foundation. Peace is not the absence of chaos. Peace is the mastery of your internal response. When something upsetting happens, there is a moment, a tiny sacred gap between the stimulus and your reaction. Most people skip that gap entirely. The event happens, and their emotions explode instantly. They don't breathe. They don't pause. They don't observe. They collapse straight into fear, anger, shame, or defensiveness. But within that gap lies your freedom. Imagine holding a snow globe. When you shake it, flakes swirl everywhere. But if you stop shaking it and place it down, the chaos settles on its own. This is like your mind. The world shakes it. But if you pause even for a few breaths, clarity returns. The first step in becoming unshakable is learning to pause. When chaos rises, ask yourself, what is happening inside me right now? Not outside, inside. Is your chest tightening? Is your stomach sinking? Is your jaw clenching? Is your breath shallow? Is your mind racing ahead to outcomes that haven't even happened? Become a witness instead of a victim. Feel the storm without becoming the storm. From this, witnessing the second step emerges naturally. Choose your response instead of inheriting it. Most people react based on old patterns, childhood wounds, insecurities, learned behaviors. Their responses are not conscious. They are memorized. They are echoes of who they used to be. But you are not obligated to respond the way you always have. Pause. Breathe. Ask. What response would bring me peace? Not victory, not dominance, not validation, but peace. This question alone shifts your entire consciousness. Your mind stops asking how to win or defend itself. It begins asking how to stay centered. Then comes the third step. Detach from the story your mind is telling. The mind is a storyteller, and when chaos arises, it builds narratives instantly. They don't respect me. This always happens. I'm failing. I'm losing control. I can't handle this. They're judging me. I need to fix this immediately. But none of these are facts. They are interpretations, projections, assumptions shaped by old fears. To be unshakable, you must recognize the difference between the situation and the story the mind creates, and then say softly within yourself, "This is only a story. I do not need to believe it." Once the mind loses its grip, the storm weakens instantly. The fourth step is perhaps the most transformative. Bring compassion into the moment. Chaos often triggers self-judgment. You become harsh with yourself. You panic because you think you shouldn't feel this way. You criticize yourself for not being calm enough, strong enough, wise enough. But inner peace is born not from perfection. It is born from compassion. Say to yourself in difficult moments, "It's okay to feel this. I am here with myself." This is inner refuge in action. Now consider the fifth step, something most people overlook. Lower your body's activation, and the mind will follow. The body reacts before the mind does. If your nervous system is activated, no amount of thinking will bring calm. So pause. Relax your shoulders. Inhale slowly for 4 seconds. Exhale even more slowly for 6 seconds. Repeat this cycle until your body softens. A calm body creates a calm mind. A calm mind creates a calm response. A calm response creates an unshakable presence. Finally, the sixth step. Let the moment be what it is. Most inner chaos comes from resisting the reality of the moment. You want the conversation to go differently. You want the person to be different. You want the problem to disappear. You want the outcome to be guaranteed. This resistance is a cage. Peace comes the moment you say, "This moment is here. Let me meet it, not fight it." When you meet the moment as it is without resistance or panic, something magical happens. You stop suffering twice. The chaos may still be there, but the internal struggle dissolves. You stop adding extra weight to what is already heavy. And suddenly, peace appears, not because the situation changed, but because you did. This is how you become unshakable, by learning to be the stillness within the storm, not the storm itself. By mastering your inner world rather than controlling the outer one. By choosing awareness over reactivity. By softening instead of tightening. By trusting instead of resisting. And as you practice this again and again, a shift begins to occur, not gradually, but profoundly. You stop being triggered by things that once shattered you. You stop taking things personally that once pierced your heart. You stop fearing outcomes you cannot control. You stop losing yourself in passing emotions. You stop being thrown around by the winds of circumstance. You become like a deep-rooted tree, flexible but steady, grounded but alive. Life moves, but you no longer sway wildly with every change. From this unshakable presence, the next layer of transformation naturally opens, learning how to turn daily life, even mundane tasks, into spiritual practice, into mindfulness, into awakening. And that is where we go next. Imagine waking up in the early morning before the world has begun to stir. No noise, no urgency, no pressure. Just the faint light entering the room and the rhythm of your own breathing. In that brief moment, you are not yet a role, not a responsibility, not a list of tasks. You are simply here. This quiet presence is always available, yet most people lose it the moment the day begins. They rush into motion, into thought, into worry, into autopilot living. They move through life unconsciously, driven by habit rather than awareness. And because of this, they miss the most profound truth of all. Every ordinary moment is a spiritual doorway. Most people believe awakening happens in temples, retreats, during meditation, or in rare flashes of insight. But awakening is not a place, it is a way of being. It is hidden inside the simplest acts: walking, washing your hands, listening, eating, speaking, breathing. When you bring awareness into these moments, you transform your entire life into a living meditation. Today we step into the art of making everyday life your spiritual practice, transforming the mundane into meaningful, the ordinary into sacred. Let us begin with the simplest truth. You are always practicing something. The question is what? When you rush, you practice rushing. When you react, you practice reactivity. When you worry, you practice anxiety. When you complain, you practice dissatisfaction. When you judge, you practice harshness. When you ignore your inner world, you practice abandonment of self. But when you pause, you practice presence. When you breathe consciously, you practice peace. When you listen fully, you practice compassion. When you walk slowly, you practice groundedness. When you speak with intention, you practice clarity. When you choose kindness, you practice awakening. Every act reinforces a state of being. Every moment shapes your mind. Every choice sculpts your inner world, the Buddha taught. What you repeatedly think and do becomes the shape of your mind. Awakening is not about big moments. It is built from the repetition of small ones. Let us explore how. 1. Mindfulness in motion. Turn daily activities into meditation. Walking, brushing your teeth, washing dishes, eating a meal, drinking water. These are the moments people rush through without awareness. But if you bring presence into even one of these actions, the entire quality of your day shifts. When you walk, feel the contact of your feet on the ground. When you drink water, feel the coolness entering your mouth, the nourishment entering your body. When you wash your hands, feel the temperature of the water, the sensation of touch. Each moment invites you back to yourself, back to now. Even the act of breathing becomes spiritual when you give it attention. 1 conscious breath can interrupt a storm. 3 conscious breaths can restore clarity. 5 conscious breaths can reset your entire nervous system. This is the power of presence woven into life. 2. Mindfulness in speech. Transform the way you communicate. Words carry energy. A careless word can wound. A gentle word can heal. A truthful word can liberate. A quiet word can ground. Before speaking, pause and ask, does this come from clarity or from reaction? Speaking with awareness is the difference between fueling chaos and cultivating harmony. When you speak consciously, you reduce harm both to others and to yourself. You create space for authentic connection instead of conflict. Awakening is not just silent meditation. It is how you show up in every interaction. 3. Mindfulness in emotions. Become a witness, not a prisoner. When an emotion arises, irritation, sadness, fear, confusion, most people become the emotion. They lose themselves in it. They let it dictate their decisions. But you can practice a different way. Pause. Feel the emotion in the body. Name it gently. This is anger. This is sadness. This is fear. This is tension. Notice that you are the observer, not the emotion. The moment you observe it, you create distance. In that distance, peace can enter. You are not here to control emotions. You are here to understand them. 4. Mindfulness in relationships. Practice presence with others. Most people listen in order to respond, not to understand. Their minds race ahead, preparing defenses or crafting stories. But true presence in relationships is one of the highest forms of spiritual practice. Look someone in the eyes when they speak. Feel their words. Notice their energy. Let their presence meet yours. This practice deepens connection effortlessly. It dissolves misunderstandings. It builds trust. Even silence between two present beings becomes sacred. 5. Mindfulness in choices. Let awareness choose, not fear. Every day is filled with choices, big, small, conscious, unconscious. Each one shapes your path. Before making decisions, ask, is this choice from fear or from clarity? Fear-based choices move you into contraction. I must. I should. I'm afraid of what will happen if I don't. Clarity-based choices move you into expansion. This aligns with me. This feels right. This honors my peace. The more choices you make from clarity, the more peaceful your life becomes. 6. Mindfulness in stillness. Make time for conscious silence. Silence is not empty. Silence is where truth appears. Every day, take at least 1 minute, just one, to sit in total stillness. No phone, no noise, no tasks. Just you and your breath. This tiny pocket of silence anchors your entire day. Even the busiest life has 1 minute. Awakening does not ask for your time. It asks for your presence. 7. Mindfulness in gratitude. Shift your attention from not enough to already enough. Every day, life gives you quiet blessings, warmth, breath, light, safety, a body that carries you awareness that wakes up inside of you. But gratitude is not something that happens automatically. It must be chosen. At the end of each day, ask, what 3 moments brought me peace today? Not the extraordinary moments, the small ones. The way sunlight touched your face, the kindness of a stranger, the taste of your morning drink, a moment of laughter, a breath that felt gentle. Gratitude trains the mind to see what is here instead of what is missing. 8. Mindfulness in suffering. Use pain as a doorway back to presence. When suffering arises, do not run. Do not collapse. Do not resent the moment. Instead, ask, what is this trying to teach me right now? Every discomfort carries a lesson. Every challenge carries an awakening. Every wound carries a message. Mindfulness turns suffering into wisdom. When you begin to practice these small moments of awareness, something profound happens. Your life stops feeling like something you need to endure. It becomes something you participate in, consciously, lovingly, meaningfully. You become rooted in yourself, not in conditions. You become influenced by reality, not by fear. You become responsive, not reactive. You become awake, not asleep. Every moment becomes a teacher. Every breath becomes a guide. Every day becomes a chance to return to yourself. This is how you turn a simple life into a sacred one. This is how you find the divine in the ordinary. This is how you awaken not in rare moments, but continuously. And from this foundation of everyday mindfulness, you are ready for the next profound step, learning how to dissolve ego illusions, the false selves that keep you stuck in suffering. That is where we go next. Go. Tiep tuk, jinhanfan tiep theo. Banja noi bogach. I123. Jiviet. Kich ban ken. Loi de jukpat. Jan noi part 21. Imagine beginning your morning as if the world has not yet fully awakened. The soft glow of dawn filters through the room. There is no rush, no noise, no weight of expectations, only the quiet rhythm of your breath. In this early stillness, you catch a glimpse of something profound, your natural state untouched by the demands of the day. If you listen closely, there is a subtle invitation in that moment, an invitation to remain this present, this aware, even as life begins to move around you. Yet most people lose this inner softness the second they step into motion. They rush into tasks, conversations, responsibilities, demands. Their bodies move, but their minds race far ahead. They stop seeing, stop listening, stop feeling. They shift into autopilot and live out the same patterns, the same reactions, the same unconscious routines. And because of this, they miss the truth that the Buddha pointed toward. Again and again, awakening is not found in extraordinary moments. It is hidden inside the simplest ones. Everyday life is already a spiritual practice when you become present to it. When you take a single mindful breath, the world expands. When you bring awareness to washing your hands, time slows down. When you walk with intention, the ground becomes sacred again. When you listen without distraction, connection awakens naturally. When you speak gently, the atmosphere around you softens. Nothing mystical is required, only awareness. Consider how your day normally unfolds. A message arrives and you react instantly. Someone speaks sharply and your chest tightens. You rush through breakfast without tasting it. You walk from one room to another without remembering the moment between. You complete tasks without being present for any of them. Your body is here, but your attention is everywhere else, past, future, fear, expectation. And because your awareness is scattered, so is your peace. But when you bring awareness back to a single action, even the simplest, something profound happens. You begin reclaiming yourself from the noise of the world. Imagine drinking a cup of water while fully present, feeling its coolness on your tongue, sensing it moving down your throat, receiving it as nourishment instead of an automatic habit. Suddenly, the moment becomes alive. You become alive within it. This is the essence of living consciously, allowing ordinary moments to become gateways to clarity. Presence can enter anywhere, even in the smallest movements. When you walk, feel your feet meeting the ground. When you breathe, notice how your ribs expand gently. When you place something down, do it softly. When you turn a doorknob, feel its temperature in your palm. These tiny gestures bring you into contact with reality. They ground you in the present instead of the projections of your mind. Your emotions, too, become pathways to presence. Instead of drowning in them, you begin observing them. When irritation arises, you feel the heat in your body. When sadness wells, you sense the weight in your chest. When fear shows up, you notice its trembling. You don't push these sensations away. You stay with them gently, as if sitting beside a child who is frightened. Every emotion becomes a teacher instead of an enemy. Pain turns into insight. Reactivity turns into wisdom. Even your conversations become spiritual practice when you bring awareness to them. Most people listen only to defend or reply rarely to truly hear. But when you place your full presence with someone, your heart softens. You stop trying to be right. You stop preparing rebuttals while they speak. You simply listen. In that act alone, compassion awakens without effort. You begin to sense the emotions behind their words, the unspoken fears, the hidden tenderness. Your connection with others deepens because you are actually there, not lost in mental commentary. The way you make decisions also transforms. Instead of reacting from fear, habit, or insecurity, you pause and ask yourself quietly, what feels aligned with my truth? What choice brings peace, not urgency? What path respects both myself and others? Awareness begins to guide your choices instead of impulses. Life becomes intentional rather than automatic. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, stillness enters your life. You find yourself seeking moments of quiet, not as escape, but as nourishment. 1 minute of silence becomes a sanctuary. A slow breath becomes a refuge. A quiet evening becomes a temple. You begin valuing spaciousness more than stimulation, presence more than productivity, connection more than performance. With gratitude, this mindfulness deepens further. You begin noticing the small blessings you once overlooked, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the comfort of your bed, the kindness of a stranger, the softness of your breath. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is missing to what is already supporting you. It softens the edges of your mind and opens your heart. Even suffering becomes an invitation into awareness. When discomfort appears, instead of running from it, you pause and ask, what is this moment trying to teach me? What part of me is asking to be seen? What pattern is ready to be released? Suffering becomes a doorway, not to more suffering, but to deeper understanding. Pain no longer feels like punishment. It feels like a message. You stop treating challenges as enemies and begin treating them as guides. When you live this way, you turn your entire life, every gesture, every word, every breath, into practice. Not rigid practice, not spiritual performance, but a gentle returning again and again to the present moment. You begin to feel the world more fully. You begin to hear your intuition more clearly. You begin to move with a tenderness that heals rather than harms. You begin to see life not as a series of tasks, but as a continuous unfolding. This is awakening woven into the fabric of daily life. This is mindfulness that breathes through everything you do. This is how the ordinary becomes sacred. And from this foundation of daily awareness, you are now ready to step into a deeper truth, the quiet dissolution of ego illusions that keep you trapped in suffering. That is where we go next. Imagine standing before a mirror in a dimly lit room. You see your face, your expression, your features all familiar. But behind the physical reflection, there is something far more subtle staring back at you. The shifting layers of identity you've carried throughout your life. Not the true you, but the roles you've played. Not the essence, but the masks. Not the soul, but the stories. If you look closely, you will see versions of yourself layered like garments. The achiever, the giver, the people pleaser, the perfectionist, the strong one, the quiet one, the one who must not fail, the one who must be loved, the one who must endure, the one who must appear fine, even when collapsing inside. These roles were never your truth. They were survival strategies, masks you learned to wear, performances shaped by the past, reflections constructed by expectation. This is where your journey now leads: the dissolution of ego illusions, the gentle unraveling of everything you think you are, so you can finally meet who you truly are. The ego is not your enemy. It is a frightened child built from memory. It is the sum of your conditioning, your fears, your defenses, your unresolved wounds. It is the voice that says, I must be right, I must be admired, I must be safe, I must be accepted, I must be strong, I must win, I must not be seen as weak. The ego is a storyteller, and its stories always begin with, I am this kind of person. I never do that. I always react this way. I can't tolerate this. I'm the type who, I'm someone who must. But what happens when you pause and ask, who is the I behind all these stories? Where does this identity come from? Who would I be without these labels? When you begin to question the ego, the illusions loosen. Awakening does not require destroying the ego, only seeing through it. Let us begin to dissolve these illusions one by one, gently and truthfully. The first illusion, I am my past. Your ego is built largely from memory, things you've experienced, opinions you absorbed, identities assigned to you by others. Perhaps you were praised for being responsible, so you carried that identity like armor. Perhaps you were criticized for being emotional, and you tucked your heart away. Perhaps you were told you were too much or not enough, and you internalized those beliefs as truth. But your past is not you. Your past is something you lived through. It shaped you, but it does not define you. The moment you see this, the chains loosen. The second illusion, I am my pain. The ego loves to attach itself to wounds, because pain feels personal. My trauma, my heartbreak, my disappointment, the ego turns suffering into identity. But pain is an experience, not a self. It is something that passes through you. When you stop narrating your pain as mine, it begins to dissolve. You learn to feel emotions without becoming them. The third illusion. I am my thoughts. Thoughts appear like clouds, constantly shifting, unpredictable. Some are beautiful, some dark, some intrusive, some meaningless. Yet most people believe every thought as if it were truth. But if you were your thoughts, who is the one noticing them? Who is the one aware of their presence? There is a witness behind thought, calm, steady, untouched. That witness is closer to who you truly are. Once you realize this, thoughts lose their power to control you. The fourth illusion, I am what others think. The ego is deeply dependent on external validation. It wants approval, praise, admiration, and it fears judgment, rejection, criticism. But consider this: people do not see you. They see their projection of you, their lens, their wounds, their assumptions, their mood that day, their conditioning. You have lived your entire life trying to satisfy opinions that were never even about you. The moment you see this clearly, the ego's grip begins to crumble. The fifth illusion, I am my success or my failure. The ego attaches to accomplishments as proof of worth, and it attaches to mistakes as proof of inadequacy. But success and failure are temporary events, not reflections of your inner value. A flower does not question its worth when it wilts. A river does not question its worth when it dries in summer. Why should you? When achievement is no longer a measure of identity, you begin to act from freedom rather than pressure. The sixth illusion, I must control life. At its core, ego is control, the attempt to shape the world to protect itself. It fears uncertainty. It resists change. It insists on how things should be. But life is wild, fluid, unpredictable. When you stop trying to control everything, the ego loses its frantic grip. You shift from force into flow. The seventh illusion, I am separate from others. The ego sees separation everywhere, me and you, us and them, right and wrong, good and bad. But this separateness is the root of conflict and loneliness. When you look deeply, you see that all beings suffer, all beings long, all beings love, all beings fear. We are different expressions of the same consciousness. The moment you realize this, compassion blooms naturally. As these illusions dissolve, something begins to shine through something untouched by conditioning, fear, or pain. Your true nature, spacious, silent, steady. It emerges in moments of deep presence. It appears in moments of awe. It reveals itself in moments of genuine love. It shines in moments where you have no need to defend or prove anything. Your true self is not a thought. It is not an emotion. It is not a role. It is not an identity. It is pure awareness, the silent space in which experiences happen. To access this deeper self in everyday life, practice noticing. When you speak, who is the I that speaks? When you react, who is the I reacting? When jealousy or anger arises, who is aware of it arising? When silence surrounds you, who is the one experiencing the silence? This kind of inquiry cuts through the layers of ego gently, lovingly, not as self-attack, but as truth-seeing. You begin to feel a growing spaciousness inside you. You stop defending yourself. You stop taking things personally. You stop feeling the need to be right. You stop clinging to roles. You stop fearing change. You stop shrinking or inflating around others. You simply exist freely. And when ego dissolves, what remains is the quiet peace that has always been underneath. A peace that cannot be stolen, because it was never dependent on external things to begin with. From this dissolving, the next step arises naturally, the awakening of compassion, not as a forced virtue, but as the natural expression of a heart freed from ego illusions. That is where we go next. Imagine sitting beneath a great Bodhi tree at dusk. The sky glows with fading light, shadows lengthen, and the world becomes quiet enough for you to hear your own heartbeat. A gentle wind moves through the leaves overhead, each leaf trembling, but the tree itself unmoved. In that stillness, something soft begins to awaken inside you. Something that has always lived beneath fear, beneath ego, beneath the noise of daily survival. Compassion, not as emotion, not as obligation, but as the natural fragrance that rises when the heart is free. Compassion is not pity. It is not weakness. It is not something you force or perform or pretend. Compassion is what remains when the ego loosens its grip. Most people misunderstand compassion. They think it means giving endlessly until empty. They think it means tolerating disrespect or sacrificing themselves. They think compassion is saying yes when they want to say no. But that is not compassion, that is abandonment of the self. True compassion does not drain you. It strengthens you. True compassion does not make you small. It makes you spacious. True compassion does not weaken boundaries. It creates them with clarity and love. Compassion arises naturally the moment you stop seeing yourself as the center of every story. When the illusion of separateness softens, you begin to sense the quiet truth that every being, even those who hurt you, carries their own wounds, their own fears, their own history of disappointments and unspoken griefs. You begin to see that behind every harsh word is a frightened heart. Behind every cold silence is a person who was never taught how to express tenderness. Behind every act of cruelty is confusion, ignorance, or a desperate attempt to protect a wound. This insight does not excuse harmful behavior, but it helps you understand it without letting it poison you. And understanding is the birthplace of compassion. Consider this: every human being you meet is carrying something heavy, something they cannot name, something they may not even realize is shaping their choices. When your heart is not clouded by ego, you begin to feel this truth directly, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. Think of the last time someone spoke harshly to you. You felt the sting, the shock, maybe the instinct to defend or retaliate. But beneath that, something deeper may have whispered, "This isn't truly about me." And it wasn't. Their anger came from a place inside them. You may never see a place of unmet needs, childhood wounds, overwhelming pressures, self-rejection, or loneliness. Compassion is seeing the suffering behind the behavior. But compassion must also extend inward. Most people are compassionate toward others, but cruel toward themselves. They forgive everyone except the one person most in need of forgiveness, the self. They speak gently to others, but harshly to their own hearts. They give patience to friends, but judgment to their own mistakes. They offer understanding to the world, but punishment to themselves. You cannot give compassion authentically if you do not offer it inward first. You cannot soothe others from an inner landscape of war. Begin by asking yourself softly, how long have I been carrying pain without offering myself kindness? How many times have I judged myself when I was simply trying to survive? What would change if I treated myself the way I would treat a child in pain? Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is the foundation of emotional maturity. The more gently you hold yourself, the more gently you can hold the world. The more you soothe your own wounds, the less reactive you become. The more grace you give yourself, the less you demand perfection from others. This is how compassion expands, not through force, but through overflow. Now imagine you are walking through your daily life with this new awareness. Someone cuts you off in traffic instead of anger. You feel a moment of curiosity. What storm might they be living through? A friend is distant instead of taking it personally. You wonder, are they quietly hurting? A stranger is rude instead of reacting. You sense their exhaustion. Compassion is not soft. It is perceptive. It sees the truth beneath the surface. At the same time, compassion does not mean staying where you are harmed. Compassion sees suffering, but also sees truth. Compassion understands others, but does not betray itself. Compassion forgives, but does not allow cycles of injury to repeat. A compassionate heart is both soft and sharp, soft enough to feel sharp enough to see clearly. The Buddha taught hatred is never ended by hatred, but only by love. This is an eternal truth. This love is not romantic affection, it is compassion, the natural warmth that arises when we see clearly. When you stop meeting pain with resistance, it dissolves. When you stop meeting anger with more anger, the cycle breaks. When you stop responding to fear with fear, you awaken. Compassion is a spiritual sword. It cuts the chain of suffering. Imagine a world where every person paused before reacting to ask, what pain might this person be carrying? Imagine if you asked that question about yourself. Imagine how many conflicts would dissolve, how many hearts would soften, how many wounds would heal in silence. But compassion is not only for moments of conflict, it is also for moments of connection. When you are compassionately present, you listen differently, you see differently, you love differently, you communicate from the heart rather than from the ego. You sense the emotional landscapes of others intuitively. You respond instead of reacting. You understand without explanation. Compassion transforms relationships because it transforms the way you see, and then something remarkable happens. Compassion turns into wisdom. Wisdom turns into peace. Peace turns into freedom. A compassionate heart is an unshakable heart because it no longer takes anything personally. It understands the deeper currents beneath behavior. It moves through the world lightly, generously, courageously. It knows when to stay and when to walk away. It knows how to love without losing itself. It knows how to forgive without inviting harm. It knows how to hold space without absorbing pain. This is compassion awakened. And when compassion awakens, your entire life becomes softer, calmer, clearer, because you are no longer fighting reality. You are understanding it. And now that compassion has begun to bloom, you are ready to explore the next profound shift, finding purpose not as something you chase, but as something you uncover within the quiet spaciousness of a liberated mind. That is where we go next. Imagine walking through a quiet valley just before sunrise. The world is dim but expectant, as if holding its breath for the first light to appear. The air is cool. The earth feels still. Nothing is rushing. Nothing is forcing. And yet everything in nature already knows its purpose. The birds do not question whether they should sing. The river does not question whether it should flow. The sun does not sit in the darkness wondering if it is worthy to rise. Nature simply expresses what it already is. But humans are different. We chase purpose as if it were something hidden far away. We compare ourselves to others. We strain to find the right path, the right identity, the right calling. We fear choosing wrong, failing, disappointing, being judged. And in all this striving, we overlook a profound truth. Purpose is not something you chase. Purpose is something you remember. It does not live in the future. It lives inside you, quietly waiting beneath layers of fear, conditioning, and noise. Purpose is not found by thinking more, it is found by listening more. Today, we walk into the inner terrain where purpose reveals itself. Let us begin with the misconception that traps most people, the belief that purpose must be grand, extraordinary, impressive, or recognizable by others. But your purpose is not a performance. It isn't measured by applause or titles. It does not need to be admired to be meaningful. Purpose is not what you do. Purpose is the state of being from which you do everything. You could be sweeping a floor with presence and compassion and be living your purpose. You could be raising a child with patience and love and be living your purpose. You could be healing your own heart quietly and be living your purpose. You could be sitting in silence learning how to understand yourself and be living your purpose. Purpose is not a role you play. It is the truth you express. So how do we uncover it? Start by noticing what expands you and what diminishes you. Every experience carries information. When you engage in something aligned with your essence, you feel spacious as if your inner world opens. You feel alive, steady, grounded. There is a quiet joy, a natural clarity. Time flows differently. Your heart feels warm, your breath unforced. But when you move against your essence, you feel tight, drained, contracted, heavy. Something inside you resists. Even if you succeed externally, you feel misaligned internally. Expansion and contraction are the compass of your purpose. Another silent clue: purpose does not exhaust you. It energizes you. Even when it's challenging, something deep inside feels right. Purpose demands effort, but not self-betrayal. Purpose stretches you, but never suffocates you. To touch your true purpose, you must also release the identities others built for you. A parent's expectations, a culture's standards, a teacher's criticism, an old wound's voice, a childhood promise, a fear disguised as ambition. You cannot hear your life calling if you are still performing someone else's script. To uncover purpose, you must create inner quiet, not through force, but through stillness, not through thinking harder, but through thinking less. Purpose is like a whisper; it cannot be heard when the mind is loud. Sit in silence for a few minutes each day. Ask gently, what is ready to express through me? Where do I feel most alive? What would I pursue even if no one saw it? What do I naturally offer without being asked? Ask without pressure. Purpose does not answer to force. Purpose comes when it feels safe to enter. One of the greatest indicators of purpose is service. Not servitude, but contribution. What does your presence bring into the world? Calm, insight, creativity, warmth, truth, clarity, courage. Healing purpose often emerges where your natural gifts meet the world's quiet needs. And contrary to what people believe, purpose evolves. It is not fixed. You are not meant to live the same calling your whole life. As you grow, your purpose grows with you. Like seasons, it shifts, never disappearing, only transforming. Your purpose at 12 is not your purpose at 25. Your purpose at 25 may not be your purpose at 50. This is not confusion, it is evolution. Purpose is less like a career and more like a flame. It changes shape, but the fire within is the same. Sometimes your purpose is to create. Sometimes it is to rest. Sometimes it is to heal. Sometimes it is to learn. Sometimes it is to teach. Sometimes it is to break a generational cycle. Sometimes it is to soften a hardened heart your own. Purpose is not a destination. It is a way of walking. But there is one quiet truth that transforms everything. Your purpose is whatever requires your presence. Your presence in a conversation, your presence in your relationships, your presence in your work, your presence with yourself. Wherever you bring your full awareness, meaning begins to grow naturally. Wherever you show up consciously, purpose reveals itself in real time. Sometimes your purpose is simply to be the calmest person in the room, to be the one who breathes, instead of reacts, the one who listens, instead of judges, the one who holds space, instead of filling it with noise. Purpose is not found in intensity. It is found in sincerity. And here is the deepest truth of all. Your true purpose is to awaken to remember who you were, before fear, ego, and expectation buried your natural light. Everything else is just an expression of that awakening. When you uncover this inner truth, your life no longer feels like something you must control. It begins to unfold naturally, beautifully, in alignment with your heart's rhythm. You stop chasing meaning and begin embodying it. You stop asking life what it wants from you and begin listening to what life wants to express through you. You stop searching for the right path and begin realizing that you are the path. From here, a new question arises. How do you protect your inner purpose from the distractions, pressures, and chaotic energies of the world? That is where we go next. Imagine carrying a small flame in your palms as you walk through a bustling marketplace. People rushing, voices rising, distractions pulling you in every direction. The world is loud, unpredictable, overflowing with movement. Yet your task is simple. Protect the flame, not by covering it tightly, not by running from the wind, but by walking with steadiness, awareness, and care. This flame is your purpose. This flame is your inner peace. This flame is your clarity, your truth, your awakening. And the world, with all its noise, demands, and pressures, will try to blow it out at every turn. Not because the world is malicious, but because the world is unconscious. But your flame does not need saving. It needs guarding. Today, we enter the wisdom of protecting your inner purpose from distraction, chaos, and the forces that pull you away from your path. Let us begin with the most dangerous thief of purpose: noise. Not just physical noise, the noise of comparison, expectation, social pressure, self-doubt, regret, overthinking, and emotional clutter. When the mind is loud, your purpose becomes faint. When the world invades your inner sanctuary, your flame weakens. This is why silence is sacred, not the silence of shutting out life, but the silence that reconnects you to yourself. Even 5 minutes of true stillness each day strengthens your flame more than a lifetime of outer accomplishments. Because silence is where purpose speaks. But the world will not hand you this silence. You must carve it. You must protect it. You must treat it like a spiritual commitment, not a luxury. The second force that threatens your purpose is distraction, disguised as urgency. Most people lose their true path not because of catastrophe, but because of countless small distractions, notifications, tasks that are not aligned, conversations that drain, obligations rooted in guilt, the pressure to respond instantly, the need to please everyone. Life becomes a constant reaction instead of a conscious creation. To protect your purpose, you must learn the quiet art of selective attention, choosing carefully what deserves your energy. Ask yourself throughout the day, is this aligned with my direction? Is this nourishing or draining? Is this urgent or simply noisy? When you protect your attention, you protect your purpose. The third threat to your inner flame is people who do not see your light. Not because they are bad, but because their vision is different. Some people will misunderstand your journey. Some will question your decisions. Some will project their fear onto your dreams. Some will want you to remain who you once were because it is easier for them. You must learn to walk away gently, silently, lovingly, without resentment, but with clarity. Not everyone is meant to walk with you. Not everyone can understand your transformation. Not everyone can meet the version of you that is emerging. Protecting your purpose means respecting the seasons of people in your life. If someone dims your flame, you are not obligated to stay in the darkness with them. Your evolution is not a betrayal. It is a necessity. The fourth force you must guard against is internal doubt. Even the strongest flame flickers when the mind whispers, "Who am I to do this? What if I fail? What if I'm not enough? What if others judge me? What if I don't deserve this?" These doubts are echoes of old conditioning, not reflections of your potential. They are shadows from a past version of you, trying to survive, not thrive. But here is the truth. If your purpose did not belong to you, it would not call to you. Your dreams choose you as much as you choose them. Each doubt is not an enemy. It is an invitation to reaffirm your direction. Speak gently to yourself. I deserve to follow what lights me. I trust the timing of my growth. My purpose does not need permission. Every small step is sacred. The fifth force to guard against is overcommitment. People often lose their purpose not through avoidance but through excess. Too many responsibilities, too many promises, too many tasks, too many directions. Doing more does not bring you closer to your truth. Doing what matters does. Your purpose thrives in simplicity, not chaos. It grows in spaciousness, not clutter. Create space in your life by releasing projects that no longer align relationships, that drain habits, that numb goals that belong to an old version of you. Each release strengthens your flame. The sixth guardian of purpose is boundaries. Not harsh walls, but loving clarity. This is what I can give. This is what I cannot carry. This is what is mine. This is what is not mine. This is where my energy ends. Boundaries are the shield that protect your inner flame. Without them, even the strongest purpose becomes overwhelmed. With them, your clarity becomes unbreakable. And finally, the seventh protection is the practice of returning. No matter how aware you are, the world will sometimes pull you away from yourself. You will get distracted. You will fall into old patterns. You will lose sight of your purpose. You will get swept by the currents of others. This is not failure, this is being human. What matters is that you know how to return. Return to silence. Return to breath. Return to intention. Return to your inner compass. Return to what matters. Return to what feels true. Every return strengthens the flame. Every return deepens your path. Every return brings you closer to your purpose. Eventually, something extraordinary happens. Your purpose becomes self-sustaining. It becomes stronger than doubt, stronger than distraction, stronger than fear, stronger than the world's noise. Your purpose becomes not a fragile flame, but a steady fire, a guiding light that illuminates your entire life. And from this fire, you are ready to step into the next profound truth, learning how to transcend fear, not by fighting it, but by understanding it deeply. That is where we go next. Imagine walking through a dim corridor holding a lantern. The walls are narrow, the air heavy, and every small sound echoes like a warning. Your lantern glows, but only enough to light the next step ahead. Beyond that small circle of light lies darkness, unknown, unpredictable, uncertain. Most people live their entire lives standing right at the edge of that lantern glow, terrified of stepping forward. They fear the dark, the unknown, the uncertainty. They fear what might happen, what could go wrong, what failure may await, what judgment may follow. But here is the truth. Fear is not the darkness. Fear is the refusal to walk into the darkness. Fear does not come from life itself. It comes from the mind's projection onto what life might be. Today we enter one of the deepest and most transformative chapters of your journey, understanding fear so profoundly that it loses its power to control you. Fear is not your enemy. Fear is a signal. Fear is a messenger. Fear is an invitation. Fear says, pay attention. Fear says, something here matters deeply. Fear says, you are standing at the edge of growth. The ego sees fear and retreats. Awareness sees fear and listens. Wisdom sees fear and steps forward anyway. Let us begin with the truth. Most people never learn. Fear is rarely about the present moment. Fear is almost always a memory or an imagination. Think of your fears: rejection, failure, judgment, loss, discomfort, change, uncertainty, being seen, not being enough. None of these are happening right now. They are projections from old wounds or imagined futures. Fear is a storyteller, and it exaggerates. It tells you the worst-case scenario. It tells you that you cannot handle it. It tells you that pain will destroy you. It tells you that safety lies in shrinking, freezing, avoiding. But fear's stories are not truth. They are attempts to protect you based on old information. Fear is an outdated guardian trying to keep you small because it cannot imagine who you are becoming. To transcend fear, you must first see it clearly. Fear is not a stop sign. It is a boundary between who you have been and who you are becoming. But fear has many disguises. Here are its most common masks. Fear disguised as perfectionism. If I can just do this flawlessly, I won't fail. Fear disguised as procrastination. I'll start when I feel ready. Fear disguised as avoidance. I don't want to think about that right now. Fear disguised as overthinking. I must analyze every possibility before taking the next step. Fear disguised as self-sabotage. I'll create problems so I don't have to face the real challenge. Fear disguised as self-doubt. Maybe I'm not capable. The moment you name fear, it loses half its power. Say quietly to yourself, this is fear speaking. This is not truth. This is a memory trying to protect me. This is a projection, not reality. Awareness breaks the illusion. But what do you do with fear? How do you move through it? You must understand fear on 3 levels: the body, the mind, and the deeper self. First, fear in the body. Fear shows up physically before the mind even interprets it. Tight chest, fast heartbeat, shallow breath, tension in the stomach, heat rising, a sense of shrinking inward. This is your nervous system preparing for danger, even when no real danger exists. To calm fear, you must calm the body first. Try this. Exhale longer than you inhale. Fear cannot survive slow breathing. Put your hand on your chest. Say quietly, I am safe. Feel your feet on the floor. Let your body return to the present moment. When the body softens, the fear loses its fuel. Second, fear in the mind. The mind tries to predict and control everything. It says, if I can anticipate every negative outcome, I can protect myself. But the mind does not predict truth, it predicts possibilities. Fear thrives on the unknown. because the unknown cannot be controlled. Instead of trying to silence fearful thoughts, examine them. Is this happening now? Has this always been true? What is fear trying to protect? What would I do if fear was not here? What is the deeper truth beneath this fear? Most fears crumble under questioning because they have no foundation. Third, fear in the deeper self. At the deepest level, fear is not about the situation itself. It is about the meaning you attach to it. Fear of rejection is really fear of not feeling worthy. Fear of failure is really fear of being inadequate. Fear of change is really fear of losing control. Fear of judgment is really fear of losing love. Fear of uncertainty is really fear of having to trust yourself. When you heal the deeper wound, the surface fear dissolves. Ask yourself gently, what am I truly afraid of losing? How old is this fear? Whose voice does this fear sound like? What part of me needs reassurance? Then offer that part of yourself compassion. Fear softens when it is seen and understood. But here's the most important truth. Fear is not a barrier. It is a threshold. Imagine a doorway. Fear stands at the threshold because something on the other side requires a larger version of you, a braver version, a clearer version, a more conscious version, a more loving version. Fear appears at the edges of your evolution. This is why the Buddha taught, the cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. Fear is the guardian of growth. Fear is the invitation to transcend your old self. Fear shows you exactly where your liberation awaits. Instead of resisting fear, walk with it. Say, you may come with me, but you cannot lead. You may speak, but I will not obey. You may warn me, but I will decide. Then take one small step forward. Not a bold leap, just one step. Fear always shrinks behind movement. Fear cannot survive action. And something beautiful happens when you move toward what scares you. You discover that the darkness you imagined was just the shadow of your own light waiting to expand. Each time you walk into fear, you grow. Each time you transcend fear, you evolve. Each time you honor fear, but proceed anyway, you reclaim your power. This is not the end of fear, it is the beginning of freedom. Because from here, you are ready for the next profound step, learning how to detach from outcomes so deeply that nothing external can break your peace again. Imagine holding a handful of fine sand. At first, it rests gently in your palm, soft, light, effortless. But the moment you clench your fist, trying to secure it, the sand slips through your fingers. The tighter you grip, the more you lose. What was once peaceful becomes a struggle. What was once natural becomes painful. This is the nature of attachment, the invisible grip that tightens around outcomes, people, expectations, and identities. Most suffering in life does not come from what happens. It comes from the way we cling to how we want things to happen. Today, you step into one of the most liberating insights of Buddhist wisdom: detachment from outcomes, not as indifference, but as inner freedom. Detachment is not coldness. Detachment is not giving up. Detachment is not apathy. Detachment is loving without gripping. Detachment is doing without demanding. Detachment is participating without needing to control the ending. It is the art of giving your full presence to life without trying to force life to obey your expectations. Let us begin by understanding the root of attachment. Attachment arises when you believe consciously or unconsciously, my peace depends on this turning out the way I want. But this belief places your emotional freedom in the hands of things you cannot control: people, outcomes, timing, circumstances. luck, approval, behavior, success. It is like putting your heart into a boat and giving someone else the oars. Detachment returns those oars to you. To understand detachment deeply, you must first see the three main forms of attachment that bind the mind: attachment to outcome. I will only be okay if things go this way. Attachment to identity. This is who I must be. Attachment to control. If I don't handle this myself, something will go wrong. Each attachment creates tension. Each tension creates suffering. Each suffering creates misalignment. But once you see attachment, you can walk toward freedom. Let us begin with outcome. Think of the last time you hoped intensely for something: a job, a message, a relationship, a decision, a plan, and the anxiety that grew as you waited. Not because of the situation itself, but because of the pressure your mind created around the result. Attachment is pressure. Detachment is presence. Now think of a time when something you wanted didn't happen yet. Later you realized it was protection, redirection, or timing. Life often knows better than our desires do. Desire sees only the next step. Life sees the entire path. Detachment does not mean you stop caring about the outcome. It means you stop tying your worth, peace, or identity to the outcome. You still show up fully. You still act with intention. You still give your best. But you loosen the grip that says, "This must go my way." The second form of attachment is identity. You cling to who you've been. I'm the responsible one. I'm the strong one. I'm the successful one. I can't fail. I must be perfect. I must not change. The ego treats identity like armor, but identity is actually a cage. Growth demands you outgrow who you were yesterday. Detachment from identity is not losing yourself. It is meeting your true self without labels. The third attachment is control. Control is an illusion the mind creates to feel safe. If you look closely, you will see that almost nothing is under your control except your behavior, your mindset, your presence, your choices. Everything else belongs to life. The Buddha taught, "Let go, and you will find peace." This is not philosophical. It is practical. Let us look at what detachment actually feels like in real life. Detachment feels like breathing again. Detachment feels like trusting again. Detachment feels like living instead of calculating. Detachment feels like acting from clarity instead of fear. Detachment feels like showing up because it feels right, not because you fear loss. Detachment feels like releasing the illusion that you must hold the universe together. Now, how do you practice detachment? Not as a concept, as a lived experience. Start with awareness. Whenever you feel anxiety around an outcome, pause and ask, what am I gripping onto right now? What do I fear losing? What part of me believes my peace depends on this? Naming the attachment weakens its power immediately. Then shift from control to intention. I cannot control the outcome, but I can control the energy I bring. This returns you to your center. Next, practice surrender. Not giving up, giving space, giving life permission to unfold in ways you cannot yet see. Say softly, "Let this unfold as it's meant to, not as I force it to." Your nervous system relaxes, your mind softens, your heart opens. Finally, trust. Trust that what is meant for you will not require you to cling. Trust that timing aligns when you align. Trust that detachment creates clarity, not chaos. Trust that letting go is not loss, it is liberation. And here is the quiet truth most people never realize. You do not lose what you let go of, you lose what you try to control. Detachment is not distance. Detachment is devotion without desperation. Detachment is love without fear. Detachment is effort without anxiety. Detachment is living fully in the now instead of negotiating with the future. When you practice detachment, something incredible happens. You stop feeling pulled apart by outcomes. You stop feeling defined by results. You stop suffering every time life shifts direction. You become steady, calm, grounded, not because life is stable, but because you are. Detachment makes you emotionally untouchable, not numb, but clear. And now you are ready for the next step, learning how to embody acceptance not as passive surrender, but as active alignment with reality, the state where true peace begins. That is where we go next. Imagine standing in front of a river at dawn. The water moves steadily, effortlessly, without hesitation. It does not argue with the stones. It does not resist the bends. It does not demand that the landscape change for its convenience. It simply flows not out of weakness, but out of perfect alignment with reality. This is acceptance, one of the most misunderstood and transformative spiritual principles. Most people believe acceptance means giving up staying silent, tolerating what hurts, or letting life walk over them. But that is not acceptance, that is resignation. Resignation collapses the spirit. Acceptance awakens it. Acceptance is not passive. Acceptance is clarity. Acceptance is wisdom. Acceptance is the courage to see life as it is, instead of arguing with how you wish it would be. Acceptance is the inner shift from resistance to alignment. To understand acceptance deeply, we must begin with the most painful truth of human suffering. We do not suffer from what happens. We suffer from our refusal to let what happens be real. Think of any recent pain in your life: an argument, a disappointment, an unexpected change, a loss, a shift in someone's behavior. The pain was real, yes, but the suffering came from thoughts like, "This shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't be this way. This isn't fair. I didn't want this. I can't accept this." Suffering is the gap between what is and what the mind insists should be. Acceptance closes that gap. This does not mean you must like the situation. It means you stop fighting the reality of the moment, which frees your energy to respond rather than resist. Let us explore the layers of acceptance, gently, deeply, honestly. First, accept the present moment. Most people fight reality unconsciously. They resist traffic. They resist a partner's silence. They resist an unexpected change in plans. They resist their own emotions. They resist the weather. They resist the flow of time. Every resistance creates tension in the body and chaos in the mind. Notice how often your inner voice says no to what is already happening. This is inconvenient. I don't want this. This isn't right. I wish this was different. Acceptance begins with this simple shift. This is what's here right now. No drama, no judgment, just acknowledgement. From acknowledgement comes clarity. From clarity comes wisdom. From wisdom comes freedom. Second, accept your emotions. The emotions you resist are the emotions that trap you. When sadness arises, you shame it. When anger rises, you suppress it. When fear rises, you deny it. When confusion rises, you fight it. When vulnerability rises, you hide it. But emotions are not enemies. They are messengers. They arise to teach, to reveal, to heal. Acceptance means allowing an emotion to exist without turning it into a problem. This sadness is here. This anger is here. This fear is here. Not forever. Not as identity. Just as a passing visitor. When you stop resisting emotions, they soften. When you allow them, they move. When you welcome them, they release. Third, Accept that you cannot control others. This is the hardest truth for the ego. You cannot make people behave how you want. You cannot make them understand you. You cannot make them love you in the way you prefer. You cannot make them stay. You cannot make them heal. You cannot make them see their own patterns. You cannot make them show up differently. Trying to control others is the fastest path to exhaustion. Acceptance means letting people be who they are not, because you approve, but because you cannot rewrite their script. This does not mean you tolerate mistreatment. It means you stop trying to force transformation that is not yours to initiate. You can choose boundaries. You can choose distance. You can choose truth. You can choose compassion. But you cannot choose their evolution. Fourth, accept impermanence. Everything changes. People grow together then apart. Seasons shift. Bodies age. Dreams transform. Chapters close. Paths diverge. Most heartbreak comes from refusing to let life change as it must. Acceptance means allowing life to be fluid, allowing yourself to evolve, allowing things to end without feeling like the ending is a failure. Loss hurts because something mattered. Suffering comes from grasping what wants to move. The river never clings to the water that is already passed. It simply flows forward. Fifth, accept who you are right now, not the perfected version of yourself, not the future healed wise version, not the version that impresses the world. Acceptance means meeting yourself exactly where you are with your flaws, your shadows, your gifts, your contradictions, your becoming. You do not grow by rejecting yourself. You grow by embracing yourself with honesty and compassion. Say softly, I can only heal from where I am not from where I pretend to be. Acceptance is the soil of transformation. Sixth, accept uncertainty. The mind wants control. The heart wants guarantees. But life offers neither. The deepest acceptance is trusting the unknown. Trusting that each step reveals the next trusting, that life will guide you when you are aligned. Trusting that not knowing is not danger. It is possibility. When you stop demanding certainty, you make space for creativity, intuition, and grace. Seventh, accept responsibility for your inner state. You cannot always choose what happens, but you can choose your response. Your emotional state is ultimately your responsibility, not the world's obligation. Acceptance does not mean passive surrender to circumstances. It means choosing awareness over reaction, choosing clarity over chaos, choosing alignment over control, choosing peace over resistance. Once you accept reality, you gain access to your true power, the power to respond skillfully rather than react compulsively. You become like the river, soft yet unstoppable, flexible yet unbreakable, yielding yet powerful. Acceptance is not something you do once, it is something you practice moment by moment. When life shifts, you breathe. When feelings arise, you allow. When people disappoint you, understand. When outcomes change, you adapt. When uncertainty appears, you trust. When pain surfaces, you stay present. And each time you choose acceptance over resistance, suffering dissolves just a little more. From here, a new question emerges naturally. How do you hold peace in the midst of challenges, not just when things are easy? That is where we go next. Imagine a candle flickering inside a glass lantern during a storm. Winds howl. Rain slams against the windows. Trees bend and shadows tremble. Yet inside the glass, the flame remains upright, steady, unwavering, untouched by the chaos outside. It does not fight the storm. It does not collapse beneath it. It simply shines, protected not by force, but by clarity and form. This is the nature of inner peace in the midst of challenge. Peace is not the absence of difficulty. Peace is the presence of stability within difficulty. Most people think peace is something you feel when life gives you permission, when the world is kind, circumstances align, and things go your way. But that kind of peace is fragile. It breaks the moment someone says something harsh, the moment plans shift, the moment expectations aren't met. True peace is not dependent. True peace does not negotiate. True peace does not beg the world to behave gently. True peace is the lantern, not the weather. Today we step into the profound art of holding your center when the world tries to pull you apart. Let us begin with a simple truth. Challenges do not disturb your peace. Your thoughts about challenges do. Life presents events neutral, shifting, unpredictable. The mind creates stories dramatic, fearful, self-centered, distorted. The stories hurt more than the events themselves. When someone criticizes you, the pain comes not from their words, but from the meanings you attach to them. When plans fail, the suffering comes not from the change, but from your insistence that things should have gone differently. When life becomes uncertain, the fear comes not from the unknown, but from the mind's demand that the future must be guaranteed. Peace is lost the moment you believe your thoughts more than you believe your presence. Let us explore how to remain centered even when life becomes turbulent. First, breathe consciously, not automatically. Under stress, breath becomes shallow. Shallow breath sends the body into survival mode. Survival mode sends the mind into overreaction. This creates a feedback loop of panic, but a single slow exhale breaks the loop. Try this practice in difficult moments. Inhale for 4 seconds. Pause for 2. Exhale for 6. The long exhale signals safety to the nervous system. When the body relaxes, the mind follows. Peace is physiological before it becomes emotional. Second, drop into the present moment. Every challenge pulls your mind into the past or future. What if this gets worse? Why is this happening again? What will they think? How do I fix everything right now? But suffering cannot survive in the present moment. The present is too simple, too immediate, too real for fear to manipulate. Try asking, what is actually happening right now? Not the story, not the memory, not the imagined catastrophe, just the present. More often than not, the present moment is manageable. It is the mind that exaggerates the danger. Third practice, the art of the inner pause. When something triggers you, a tone, a comment, an inconvenience, pause before reacting. Feel the emotion rise. Let it move through you without acting from it. This pause is power. It interrupts generational patterns. It breaks automatic reactions. It transforms conflict into clarity. Peace is not found in perfection of behavior. Peace is found in the pause between feeling and response. Fourth, feel your emotions without becoming them. When strong emotions arise during difficult times, anger, fear, sadness, overwhelm, become the witness, not the identity. Say softly, this is anger visiting. This is fear passing through. This is sadness moving. Do not collapse into the emotion. Do not suppress it. Hold it the way you would hold a crying child, with presence, patience, and warmth. What you feel fully will move. What you resist will stay. Fifth, release the need to fix everything immediately. The mind panics when it cannot solve a challenge instantly. But not every situation needs immediate action. Some things require time. Some things require patience. Some things require clarity. Some things require silence. Some things require waiting for the dust to settle. Peace comes when you allow space instead of forcing solutions. Say, I will respond when I'm clear, not when I'm chaotic. Sixth, do not take challenges personally. Most of the pain of difficulty comes from self-centered interpretation. This is happening to me. This is unfair for me. Why is life targeting me? But challenges are impersonal by nature. People act from their own wounds, not to harm you. Life changes for its own reasons, not to punish you. When you stop personalizing everything, peace returns effortlessly. Seventh, strengthen your inner anchor. Your anchor is your truth, the calm center inside you that no storm can uproot. To strengthen it, spend time daily in silence. Journal what matters. Revisit your intentions. Affirm your values. Ground your identity in your inner world, not external validation. When you know who you are, nothing that happens outside can shake you. Eighth, accept that challenges are part of life, not failures, not punishments, not signs of misalignment. Challenges are the training ground of peace. They shape you, purify you, humble you, strengthen you, reveal you. The mind says, this shouldn't be happening. Peace says, this is just part of being alive. Every spiritual master became who they are because they walked through storms with awareness. Ninth, ask the most powerful question during difficulty. What is this trying to teach me? Not why me. Not how do I escape this? Not how do I fight this? But what wisdom is hidden here? What part of me is being asked to grow? What belief is being challenged? What attachment is being loosened? What illusion is being shattered? What deeper strength is being awakened? When you treat challenges as teachers rather than enemies, peace naturally returns. And finally, the deepest insight. Peace is not something you find. Peace is something you access. It is always here beneath the noise, beneath the fear, beneath the struggle. Not created but revealed. Not gained but remembered. You carry peace the way the ocean carries calm beneath the waves. The surface may storm, but the depth remains still. And now that you have learned to hold your center in chaos, you are ready for the next revelation. How gratitude becomes a spiritual force that not only heals the heart, but transforms your entire perception of life. That is where we go next. Imagine waking at dawn to see golden light spilling gently over the horizon. The world has not yet fully awakened. The air is cool, the streets quiet, the sky a soft gradient of becoming. In this stillness, something profoundly simple yet infinitely powerful emerges: gratitude. Not the polite, performative kind, not the kind you list mechanically in a journal, but the deep, breath-stealing gratitude that rises naturally when your heart is finally free enough to notice how extraordinary it is just to exist. Gratitude is not an emotion, it is a state of consciousness. It is the art of seeing clearly. It is the way your awareness bows to life. When gratitude opens in you, nothing is ordinary anymore. A glass of water becomes a miracle. A kind word becomes a blessing. A breath becomes a universe. A moment of peace becomes a treasure. Gratitude widens the heart, softens the mind, and brings you back to the truth you often forget. You are already living inside countless things you once prayed for. Today we step into gratitude not as a practice, but as a spiritual power, one capable of transforming your entire perception of existence. Let us begin with a simple truth. Gratitude is clarity. It reveals what the mind's complaints have hidden, not by denying difficulties, but by illuminating everything that still stands strong within them. Most people believe gratitude requires special circumstances, joy, success, calm, comfort. But true gratitude is unconditional. It does not wait for the world to be perfect. It emerges even when life is imperfect, perhaps especially then. Gratitude asks gently, what is still good even now? What is still beautiful even here? What remains even as things change? And the moment you look, the world changes shape. First, gratitude transforms suffering into insight. Think of the most painful moments of your life: heartbreak, loss, confusion, betrayal, failure. At the time, the pain felt unbearable. But now, if you look closely, you may find traces of unexpected gifts nestled inside the wound. Pain deepened your compassion. Loss taught you impermanence. Disappointment redirected your path. Uncertainty awakened your intuition. Silence strengthened your resilience. Gratitude does not deny your suffering. It honors the wisdom your suffering revealed. Second, gratitude turns ordinary moments into sacred experiences. A warm cup in your hands, the way sunlight dances on a wall, the sound of wind brushing through leaves, a single breath of clean air, the steady beat of your heart. Moments you previously ignored become small altars to living. You begin to realize that joy is not hidden in the extraordinary. It is woven through the ordinary. The mind overlooks it. Gratitude restores sight. Third, gratitude dissolves fear. Fear lives in the future. Gratitude lives in the present. Fear worries about what might go wrong. Gratitude sees what is already right. Fear shrinks the world. Gratitude expands it. It is impossible to be deeply afraid and deeply grateful at the same time. One displaces the other. Fourth, gratitude roots you in enoughness. The world whispers constantly, you need more, be more, do more. Gratitude whispers back, you already have enough. You already are enough. This is the end of comparison, the end of inadequacy, the end of chasing validation. Gratitude returns you to your own center. Fifth, gratitude strengthens relationships. When you live in gratitude, you stop expecting people to complete you or fill your emptiness. Instead, you appreciate them for who they are, not who you want them to be. A simple thank you for your presence can soften walls, dissolve resentment, and create intimacy where there was once distance. Gratitude requires no perfection, only awareness. Sixth, gratitude opens the heart to giving. When you feel full, you naturally begin to give without fear of losing. Your generosity becomes spontaneous, effortless, joyful. Instead of giving to get love, you give because you are love. Gratitude turns the heart into a flowing river. Seventh, gratitude deepens your spiritual awakening. Every spiritual tradition teaches, what you pay attention to grows. When you notice fear, fear grows. When you notice lack, lack grows. But when you notice blessings, even the smallest ones, your inner landscape transforms. The Buddha taught, let us rise up and be thankful, not as an obligation, but as a doorway into enlightenment. Gratitude is a spiritual mirror. It reflects your interconnectedness with all things. It softens the ego's boundaries. It reveals the sacredness of simply being alive. Now you may wonder, how do you cultivate this deeper gratitude? Not the surface practice, the transformative one. Begin simply. Each morning before your mind enters the noise of the world, place your hand over your heart and whisper, thank you for another chance to live. Feel the sincerity. Feel the breath beneath your palm. Feel the miracle of being conscious here now. Throughout the day, practice micro-gratitude, 5-second acknowledgements. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for this moment. Thank you for this clarity. Thank you for this lesson. Thank you for this step forward. Gratitude does not need a ceremony, only awareness. And each evening reflect gently. What touched me today? What strengthened me today? What humbled me today? What opened my heart today? This is how gratitude becomes not an act, but a lifestyle, a way of moving through the world with eyes open and heart awake. As this gratitude deepens, something extraordinary happens. You become unshakable, not because life becomes easier, but because you finally see how beautiful life already is, even in its imperfections. Gratitude is the final thread that weaves all the previous teachings together. Acceptance, detachment, presence, clarity, compassion, awakening, all of them bloom fully only in the soil of gratitude. And so we arrive at the end of this 30-part journey, but also at the beginning of a deeper one, the journey inward. You came seeking resilience, clarity, and emotional freedom. And what you found is your own vastness, your own peace, your own power. You have remembered that nothing and nobody can break you, because your center is not outside, it is within. You walk forward now with a mind that sees clearly, a heart that feels deeply, and a spirit that stands unmoved by storms. You are free. You are whole. You are awake. And now, as promised, here is the final deliverable set you requested.